Salam, Prof.
I just say the Ghanaian Students Association in Malaysia. That's all. The Ghanaian student, not the platform, the student Ghanaian Student Association.
Salam, Prof. Yeah, sorry. We allow extra 5 minutes to allow our brothers and sisters who are a bit late to be able to join us. So in 5 minutes time, we will start. So please be patient. Okay. Sorry, I hope we can start. Okay, we're about starting our session. First, we would like to welcome all the participants, those who have registered and are here with us. And in our midst, we are fortunate to have our dear Prof. Ousman, and also we also have with us in our midst Prof. Datin Dr. Farida Hanum. She's the director of Ecoscience Institute of Ecoscience Institute Ecoscience Borneo. So welcome you all to this session on winning a public and private research grants. We thank Almighty God and shower all deserving praises to Him for yet another year, 2021, and another day being today, and another session for today's session. This has been one of our monthly virtual sessions, and today we are fortunate, and I would like to say that the participation or the registration has gone beyond expectation. To interest you to note that we have about 761 registered participants. In our midst now, we have only 147, 148. The number is increasing. Hopefully, those who are not here will be able to join us. Our past events, our last session was on smart farming titled The African Youth in Smart Farming and the Development of Africa. It was conducted on 5th December, which marked the World Soil Day. The past events have been organized solely by the Association of Ghanaian Students in Malaysia. For today's session, it is jointly organized by the association and the Institute Ecoscience Borneo of University Putra, Malaysia, that is UPM. Salihin, in support, provided us with the webinar platform in anticipation of the high number of attendees. Our usual normal platform, Zoom subscription could accommodate only 100. Today, as of now, we have a 155, which means we wouldn't have been able to accommodate the rest without this support. Please allow me to briefly introduce our organizers. And for this, it will be only Institute Ecoscience Borneo and our supporter Salihin. So for the Institute Ecoscience Borneo, please allow me to invite the director of the Institute, being Prof. Datin Dr. Farida Hanum Ibrahim, to briefly introduce or enlighten us on all that is about the Institute Ecoscience Borneo. Please welcome. Prof. Datin, please. We'd like to hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Right. Thank you very much. Maybe you can't see me because I couldn't, show the video anyway. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good evening, and also a very good afternoon. Perhaps it's still afternoon there in Ghana, in Africa, and some other parts of the world. I would like to welcome all the participants. I understand it's 761, and I think more to join shortly to this webinar organized by the Ghanaian Student Association and supported by Salihin for the webinar platform. Just a few words from me on the Institute Ecoscience Borneo. This is a very new institute, just established on the 15th of March this year. However, it started a bit small, previously as what they call the just a center of excellence, but it was upgraded to this institute just less than a year ago. Basically, we are actually in the heart of almost the heart of Borneo in Sarawak. What I should like to say that in this institute, the two laboratories, namely the Biodiversity Borneo and the Ethnic Borneo, where we have research associates, research fellows, postdoctoral researchers, and also research officers. Basically, we are involved, our research focus is on ecosystem quality, where we look at the enhancement of ecosystem quality on forest and agriculture land, through soil biodiversity knowledge, forestry practices, selected ethnic crops production, where we also look into the agronomic, post-harvest practices and no-waste management. Besides that, we also measure the ecosystem quality. How we do this is actually we monitor and also try to improve the ecosystem quality of forest and agricultural land too. There will also be the application of IoT and also, the use of an improvement of the agronomic and the health indicators. We also look into the socio-economic valuation of ecosystem quality, where we look at the socio-economic studies of the communities involved or living in the vicinity of such community. Basically, that is what we have. It's a short introduction to the Institute. We do take students and we'll begin taking students at the Institute, although it has started much earlier through another platform, but officially in February this year. So without further ado, I would like don't want to linger longer on this. You can look at our website under the Institute Ecoscience Borneo. And just a little bit also about our speaker. I know somebody will be introducing Professor Ousman. He's actually the head of laboratory of the Biodiversity Borneo, and has been with us in UPM for almost 16 years. Although he's been with the Institute, less than a year. He's an excellent academic staff and researcher here in UPM. I suppose you can find all this information on our website. So without further ado, I'd like to pass this session to the back to the MC, and I would also like to thank the organizing committee, the Ghanaian Student Association in Malaysia, and also to Salihin for the webinar platform. All the best, Happy New Year, and have a pleasant evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Datin. Professor Datin, Dr. Farida. Thank you so much for the brief about the Ecoscience Institute Ecoscience Borneo. Okay, now to proceed, just on Salihin, just briefly, Salihin is a chartered accountant firm, Malaysia. So this brief about Salihin. It's one of the largest and leading local accountancy firm in Malaysia. And the founder is there. It's named after the founder Salihin from, likely also from Sarawak, Kuching. So together with Borneo from the same state. So briefly, the services offered include audit and assurance, direct taxation, advisory and corporate finance, digital consultancy, Sharia advisory, Sharia education and training, and Sharia research and publication. And now permit me to briefly introduce our Prof. Although a little bit has been said about him, there is a need for me to top up a little bit. Yeah, just to make it a bit complete. Okay. As mentioned, Prof. Ousman lectures at University Putra Malaysia, known as UPM. He was the former head of Science and Technology Research Unit, Institute Ecoscience Borneo, UPM. Prof is the current head of the Biodiversity Laboratory Borneo, Institute Ecoscience Borneo, UPM. and the coordinator for the Analytical Laboratory 1 at UPM Bintulu campus, Sarawak, Malaysia. He's also affiliated to a number of research institutes as a research associate. Prof. Ousman serves as an expert reference for many national and international institutions, including the National Institute of Food and Agriculture of the United States, as US. At this institute, he served as one of their grants external evaluators. In his university, UPM, he's serving as one of the research grants evaluators. That is to tell you that he's going to be speaking from experience. It is not purely an academic exercise, but something that he has gone through and he's still on it. Presently, he's involved in 54 research grant projects, and he's leading several research projects at UPM. Prof shares his expertise with several Malaysian universities in addition to foreign universities such as University of Nottingham, Malaysia, University Brunei Darussalam, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, among others. Prof. Ousman is on several advisory boards. He's an advisory board member of the Malaysian Pepper Board, the Malaysian Forester, the Malaysian Journal of Soil Science, among others. He's also an expert reference for people for peat, a coalition that comprises of the World Resources Institute, Indonesia, Tropical Rainforest Conservation and Research Center, and the Sustainable Trade Initiative, Indonesia, representing component 2, the non-state actors of the EU-funded Sustainable Use of Peatland and Haze Mitigation in ASEAN project. Prof. Ousman served as one of the juries for selecting best lecturers in teaching for UPM Vice Chancellor Award for teaching. He had published approximately 360 scholarly work. He had written 18 books, written 18 chapters in books, published 225 referee journal papers, 105 papers in conference proceedings, and other publications. Prof. Ousman has filed 13 patents and 5 trademarks in Malaysia, United States of America, Europe, Indonesia, and Thailand. Prof. Ousman has supervised approximately 50 postdoctoral research fellows, PhD students, and master students. Is currently supervising 13 PhD and master's students. He has licensed some of his innovations to some companies in addition to involving in technology knowledge transfer to several stakeholders. At the international level, at the international, national, and university levels, his research innovation had won approximately 58 awards. At the international level, Prof. Ousman had been awarded special award entitled Most Promising Innovation. In February 2020, he received International Award of Merit from the Republic of Croatia. In 2019, he was awarded the Most Productive Book Writer at UPM. Since 2017 to 2007 to date, Prof. Ousman is on UPM's Excellent Service Award. In recognition of his contribution to UPM, he had been awarded UPM's Vice Chancellor Award as Best Young Lecturer in Teaching and Gold Medal for being Best Lecturer in Teaching. He is frequently invited as prominent speaker in many national and international scholarly or intellectual forum meetings. Glory be to Allah. We are fortunate to have a prolific yet humble Prof to share with us his thoughts for free. I repeat, for free. His only crime is that he wants to share all that he has in any given opportunity because we may not live to see tomorrow. So let's be patient as he journey through the session. Before we invite Prof, a little bit of housekeeping. If you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand and we'll allow you to talk. Or you can also type your question in the chat box. The slide of the session will be emailed to all after the session. Recorded session is available on our Facebook and will also be available on our YouTube. Because of the high number of registration, a certificate will be issued on request. So those of you who need a certificate, please, you may email to us and then we'll provide you the certificate within 2 weeks. Okay, with this, please, our dear Prof, the digital space is yours. You may share with us all that you have for today. Please, again, let's be patient. It's going to be a long day, but please, let's be patient. Inshallah, we benefit from him. Thank you, Prof. You're welcome. You can share your slide.
Assalamu alaikum and good day to everyone. On behalf of UPM, the management and our faculty and IEB, Institute Eco-Science Borneo, we would like to express our profound gratitude to the organizers, the Ghanaian Students Association and the Salim for sponsoring this work. I must say that it's not that I know better than any one of you. It's just that it's something that we are going to have some intellectual discourse about. So the subject is very clear. Now, for me to go into the subject, we have to recall what we understand about on what we call invention, innovation, and then discovery. We need to put this in perspective because it helps a lot if you are going for, grant bidding. So just, to recapitulate some of these things, I've talked about them in my series, just to recapitulate. When we say invention, it must be clear that we are talking about a pioneering work. It could be either you come out with a product, a device or concept or so many things. And sometimes also it could be that you are the first person or you are the first group to introduce a process, a service, a model, or on and on. But what is more important is when you talk about invention, you are coming out with something totally new out of your own ideas and development. And if we all know Thomas Edison had the ordeals that he went through before he invented the light bulb, we all know what happened. And then if you are talking about innovation, innovation is just like you are trying to give some significant contribution to already what has existed or something that you modify. So in these cases, it's a product, you have contributed significantly to the product, processes, devices, services, and then models. So there are so many of them. But what is very important is innovation include new processes. It can be business systems and it can be methods of management. But whatever we do, that means that that kind of innovation should add on to impact. So in terms of productivity and then growth in relation to human growth and development. And why do we need innovation? We need innovation because we want to remain relevant. You can imagine that we are in a world that we don't innovate. I don't believe that we can advance knowledge and move to the next level of our living. And of course, it's to sustain efficiency, and it should also influence strategic planning. And at the end of the day, everybody must have some wealth. So it's a wealth creation kind of program. But whatever, when we talk about innovation, one thing about innovation, whether it's a service, a model, a business, or whatever entity, it should withstand what we call commercialization processes. And if you don't innovate, your commercialization processes, your services will be obsolete and irrelevant. And you cannot hold on to the market forces because there are competing interests and competing what you call avenues. Now, this is the reason why when we want to innovate, this all will link to our what we call it a grant bidding. When we innovate, what are we doing? We plan and we combine ideas with objects and people so that we will come out with new what we call ideas that could change technology or could add on to knowledge or could advance human living. If that is the case, then we can say that when you talk about innovation, normally it is more of competition, just like grant bidding. You are competing with so many people from different parts of the world. So it's a healthy competition when we talk about innovation, and it's normally coupled with demand. You innovate something and there will be a demand for it. You got what I'm saying? So that will be the major drivers of innovation. If I innovate and there is no demand, there is no competition, then that means that there is something wrong with my innovation or it's irrelevant. So because of this, the innovation and productivity is predicate on intensity of competition. So that is why in the academia we have competition of ideas, which is very healthy for us to move on to different planes. And definitely innovation is completely different from discovery. I'm not taking it from the root word discovery. Discovery means that you are the first person to find something that existed that nobody found before. Let's say if I go to the forest and I find a new plant species or an animal which has never been seen by anyone, then that means that I'm the first to discover, that kind of animal or plant species. So this is why people claim that Christopher Columbus is credited for discovering Americans. Whether it's true or not, that is what is in the history books. Now, with this background, the brief overview, we need to also move a little bit to what we call basic and the fundamental research, because we have to know the different types. Then from there, when we are bidding, we will know what kind of level we are bidding. It's very, very important. So when you talk about fundamental research, actually it's a very basic research. You are trying to find a way of gaining knowledge into maybe like a phenomenon that maybe we don't understand. Just like COVID-19, when it started, we were not very sure. So we have to get our fundamentals clear. You see, until now, we are trying to build the applied aspect and the development part in terms of vaccine. So you do that kind of fundamental phenomenon. You try to understand it to fill a gap. And because it takes time for us to understand the whole system and fill the gap, basic research will be a long-term one. So when you are bidding for a project, 1 year research, then you don't qualify to go for a basic research because it takes a long time. Unless maybe where you are tackling is what you call exploratory or is what we call applied. Now, applied research builds on from basic research or fundamental research, where you are basing on the knowledge that you have acquired from the basic research or somebody has done that part for you to develop something like advancement of new technologies or models or services. So because of that kind of fundamental that have been already done and you are applying what is known, here the research will be a short term. This is why when you go for applied, a kind of research grant bidding, normally it could be 2 years, 1 year, it depends. But normally it doesn't go up to 5 years or 10 years. Right. Now, once we move from, let's say like basic to apply, then we want to scale it on to the developmental stage. That is what we call development research. And it develops a component of systems. And for you to develop that kind of technology or system, you need to do testing and experiment on a large scale. So this is what we call development, what we call it, a research. And normally it's short term because the bases have been built and then you are just trying to plug in and then put into a newer plane for it to be very, massive, then that becomes development. So based on this, with this kind of background, then we zoom to what we call grant. We also have to understand what is the meaning of grant, because grant can mean so many things in different contexts. But in this context, we are talking about research grants. So when we say you will be given a certain fund for a specific purpose, the purpose is you want to say that you have found a problem and you have solutions to for the problem. So this is why you will be given the grant. So when you are going to be given the grant, you need to qualify for a certain set of criteria. And that is why you have to go through the rudiments of what we call a grant application. So that is very, very important. But we do know that grant, normally once you win a grant, you don't pay it back. But later on, you will see that when there is a fraud in it, then you will be liable for that. So talking about the research grants, if we are here in Malaysia, I think the country is so well designed, and then a credit to the leaders and the government. They have different types of research grants to stimulate what they call it research and development. Some of them, like any other parts of the world, will be fundamental research grant. You are talking about exploratory research grant, and then we are talking about prototype. When you talk about fundamental, I've explained exploration is also just like you are looking into phenomenon that you want to understand and establish. Prototype more goes into what we call like you are developing a technology that will be commercialized. And then we also have what we call a transdisciplinary. I will show you a little bit where you cut across disciplines to come out with something very concrete. And then we also have what you call longitudinal research. You talk about long-term research. This can be 5 to 10 years kind of research. It's a niche area that you want to expand from fundamental. Now, translational research is a research that right from the, let's say, example, from the lab until the field. So you have lab, greenhouse, field, and then all sorts of applications and whatever. So these are some of the things that I can talk about. A niche research is very, very exclusive. You are in a very small area. Let's say like we are talking about COVID-19. Here we are more focused on how to get a vaccine. So it's very, very structured because it's a unique type of virus. So now if you come down, thanks to the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, this is just some of the examples that I can show you. The fundamental research, you can see they want to generate some new theories, concepts, and ideas so that it can enhance knowledge. Now, then we also have what you call a prototype. It bridges the gap between the research recovery. Like I just said, you have discovered something and you build a prototype for pre-commercialization or commercialization. So it bridges that kind of bond, the link beautifully. And then when you come down to LRGS, like I said, it's a niche type of area where you want to expand boundaries in a way that we will be able to understand. Let's say like now we are talking about, let's say you have a rice variety. And then now we are talking about climate change. So the variety that you brought maybe could not withstand climate change. So you need to develop the genes and whatever to see whether they can have an effect. They can withstand the climate change. So here you need what you call long-term research grant. And of course, sometimes in a very exclusive area, you can't handle anything. So this is why maybe you have a research from engineering point of view, from agriculture, from the social, from economics. We come together and then develop a system. So this is what we call TRGS. And if you are bidding for a grant, there are 3 things. You have to know the ceiling, the amount that you are bidding for. If you go beyond that, you will be disqualified. Research period. That is why I took my time to talk about the different types of research. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you have to account for what you took. So these are some of the ceilings that normally we are given. You can see when you have, let's say like FRGS, which is fundamental research, you go to 2 to 3 years and the money is not much. If you go to PRGS, that is an applied type, you have 1 or 2 years, but the output may be completely different. So if I were to summarize it, the target could be how many human talents are you bringing, you are churning. It's very, very important for the growth and development of any country. The publication can mean in different forms, different types of publication. It can even be a policy paper or whatever. IP, intellectual property, depending on the type of research program, you will have to also talk about what you call prototype. What I'm trying to put on here is when you go for a research grant, all these things must be clear, so that you don't get yourself blacklisted or you don't get yourself discredited, and you can go around this system to gain a lot of things. So here, this is why when you come down to Malaysia in particular, in other parts of the world, you can see that you'll be having a research domain. This is to avoid you cross-carpeting and applying for a research grant that your area is not required. So here you can see pure sciences, we have the technology and engineering, health, and on and on and on. So before you go for bidding, all these categories must be very, very clear to you. Otherwise, you might end up wasting your time and you could be disqualified. And then apart from the domain, you need to zoom down to what we call cluster. Now the cluster, to tell you specifically areas for concentration. So some of the clusters that I can pull out for you could be these that are displayed. You are talking about, let's say like national security, health, or whatever. So you have to know exactly where you fit and fit properly. Now, to narrow it, any organization or any research, kind of grant that you bid, at the end of the day, there will be some priority areas. Any country, continent, or maybe international organizations, they have their own priority areas. So if you want to land on a good project and then for you to get this, then you need to go for the priority areas. Otherwise, certain areas that are of no priority, you might not be successful in applying. So the other part is when we finish with all these kind of basic type of research up to development research, we will also have to have something called international collaboration, because the world is becoming a global village. So you cannot work in vacuum. So we have internationalization and then technology transfer. At the end of the day, the society must benefit from what you are doing. So you need to have all these things clear. So which type of grant are you going to apply? And you have to assess yourself. Later on, I'll talk a lot about it, whether what we are qualified for and what we are not qualified for. Now, with this background, we will have to also know who are our research funders. Very, very important, because you are not going to fund yourself unless you have the money. So to do that, you need to begin with what? Grant seeking processes. The processes involved in seeking grant is very important. We don't just do things in vacuum. Otherwise, you might end up, you must have a proposal bank and you are not hitting at the right target. This is why I took my time to talk about the types of grants. Now, we also want to know, the amount that you want and the amount that the grant funders are able to give. It's a very important thing. You don't say you need 1 million when they can give you only 50,000. So these are some of the things. Now, also you need to understand what the writers are, the grant writers, they have asked you, they have opened a grant for us to apply. Now, before you sign, you need to understand the expectations before you sign any kind, assuming you are given. Now, I cannot guarantee that you coming to this talk is going to help you to get a grant instantly. No, because there is no standard formula for grant application success. There is no standard formula, but we are going to share the pointers that will put you and make your research grant stand tall. So, and there is no also shortcut. We don't have shortcut in bidding for grants. If you do that, you might lose a lot of requirements, and that will lead to waste of time. And then you are also unable to track down any standard process as far as grant application is concerned. For example, if it comes to you as your track record and there is no track record to portray yourself, no matter what you do, it will be very, very difficult for you. So these are some of the things that I think we have to be we have to be wary of. Now, going much of international and then whatever boundaries, let us talk about public grants. Public grants generally are awarded by government agencies or bodies to carry out a particular purpose of information. They need to pull out certain information or certain, what we call it, expectation. So like you have Department of Ministry of Agriculture or Department of Agriculture, you have Ministry of Health. So they have their own focus, orientations. And then remember, when they give the grant, they are not loans. And because they are not loans, you are supposed to produce something beneficial to the society and the country or the world. You can never use any of the grants for your own private things. That it could be academic dishonesty or fraud, and it's not accepted in any way, in any shade, right? So the government agencies, now what they do is they contract you, and then they tell you by legislature, let's say like Department of Agriculture is telling you, now we are in a country where we want to improve, let's say, oil palm output or maybe rice yield. So now maybe we are 4.5, we're going to go to 10.5 or 10 hectares per hectare, 10 tons per hectare. Now, this is what has been tabled. The basic aim is like this. So this is legislated, and the agency or the department or the ministry has been tasked to do. Of course, they may not have much of the expertise, so they will fall on research institutions, they will fall on investees and the like. So this is where they will open the bidding for you to bid. So if you are not willing to listen to them and then go according to what they are telling you, then you are not eligible. So in that ineligibility will disqualify you. You don't have to waste your time and go there. Now, remember, to get the what do you call it, the grant depends on this. The level of confidence that the organization has in you. So it can be individual, it can be a program, it can be even an institution. So when they don't have that kind of level of trust or confidence, you will never get that grant. Don't waste your time. And then also they can check the ability, your track record, your interest of having that specific program in making it successful. So those track records will be checked. So if you are not qualified, then you don't have to just venture into that. Now, the proposal application are very, very typical of any public funds. If you are going to use it, it is quite time consuming, very intensive, and you have to go through a lot of protocols and then bureaucracies. There will definitely be a proposal. Your proposal will be sent to reviewers for them to look at the merit of your what? Review, I mean your paper. And it involves a lot of stages that time will not permit me to go through. Now, during the discussion, we can talk a lot about this. Now, when you talk about private grant, there are different types. You need to be very clear. We have what we call foundation, corporation, and then we are talking about non-governmental agencies, or what they call. So these ones, they are very focused in what they want to do and what they are expecting. So you don't cross carpet. But relatively, if we were to compare with the public, grants, it's much easier here, especially when you are well established in your area and they need you and they feel that you can do the work. The protocols that you go through, the bureaucratic, activities that you go through is less if they believe in you. Now, for instance, if you are familiar with what we call elevator pitch, let's say you are meeting somebody like, let's say the CEO of, let's say, Mitsubishi Corporation, and they have already opened what they call it, grant bidding a platform for you to apply. Now, let's say you meet that kind of CEO, and then you have your proposal in mind, the proposition that you want to cut across. If you are able to articulate your ideas within 60 seconds, just imagine that maybe he's in an elevator and it takes 60 seconds and these people are very busy, and you want to use these 60 seconds to convince the CEO to get you that kind of funding. It's possible. This is what we call pitching. And the pitching can be done in 60 seconds. It can be done in 1 week. It can be done in 10 minutes or whatever. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if they are interested and you articulate yourself, you will get it. Now, for you to do this kind of articulation, you have to keep 4 things in your mind whenever you are going for pitching. It's very, very important. This has been tested across the world. We call it NABC. You always have to keep the need in your mind. So when you are talking or you are writing any type of proposal, keep the need in your mind. And then the approach, how you approach what will be your solution to the need, and what will be the impactful benefit that you are talking about. And remember, there will be competition, your competitors. So if you can keep these 4 words in your mind and you craft the story, you should be able to put your point across within 60 seconds. That is what we call elevator pitch. And even if it's not 60 seconds, you are giving, let's say, 30 minutes or 15 minutes, you should be able to do that. So let it be the central focus of your mind, and that is how you can wade your way through. Why am I saying this? This is so because, just put it this way, the problem is there, you have the stakeholders, and you have the solution. So you see, you have sandwiched the stakeholders. So that is what we call a good proposal. So you know the problem, you know the solution, you want to sandwich the stakeholders. At the end of the day, this ends up in having you satisfy your goals. So this is very, very important. Be very, very straightforward, but on point. Now, when we talk about foundations, you see, they are funded by organizations, philanthropists, to support community. We all know a lot of foundations across the world. So if you know that they are doing, this kind of support, you have to know their direction. Now, the reason why they do this kind of work is because it's by law. that whatever asset that they have annually, they give 5% of their assets to the community. So they go through the what we call it foundations, and then they disseminate them. So if you know their orientation, then you tailor your what we call your proposal in that kind of orientation. Now remember that this foundation, the giving practices is determined by the goals and the mission. You see, like every organization, you have your goals, your missions, and whatever. So if I want to dish out my money, and I'm interested in, let's say, like agricultural activities, and I build a foundation, definitely nothing, if you don't do anything about agriculture, definitely if you bid, you will not get the money. It must be related. Therefore, match your proposition or your proposal with the interest of the founding bodies. It is not about you, but it's about them. Right? Corporations are business minded. So for them, they will never give you money for free. You see, the grant is given to you for you to champion their interest, to build their goodwill, so that you can support their employees, or they will reap the benefit of their deeds. For instance, we work with, let's say, like Mitsubishi Corporation. One of the things is, of course, they want to contribute to what we call it degraded forest. So they have their own kind of interest. So we have to work with them and what we call it, rejuvenate, or let's say rehabilitate degraded forest. So if you say you are not interested in that, so that you want to do something else, you don't have to go there at all. You will not get that kind of grant. And normally what they do is they will target a certain population or certain recipients that they have their own interests, especially products. So if they think that this kind of region or this particular recipients, when they get assistance, they will be more interested in my products, then in that case, they are willing to support. And this is even done by countries. So it's a very strategic type of, research, grant that we will have to look into. Now, the growing trend is like this. If you really want to get a research grant from corporations, it is very important that you should know where the corporation operates in the geographical location. But the advantageous aspect could be if you can link yourself with some of their employees that are volunteers. If you know some of the employees are volunteers and they are interested in a particular area and it happens to be in your area, you align yourself with them. This is not lobbying. It's a matter of trying to get the conduit, because sometimes you are not known. So you have to make yourself known. So these are some of the things. Now, you also have to have good relation. If you have a good linkage with maybe some of the fund seekers, you are talking about the project managers, you are talking about, let's say, like the administrators, and they know the directions of funding and they are interested, and you are able to pitch them very well with your own personal contact, it works a lot. There are so many ways that we go that between the contacts, your own contact will get you a lot. So these are some of the things. Now, just note this. Always keep in mind, corporations, because they are business entities, their focus keep changing. Let's say we were dealing with Mitsubishi Corporation until now for the last 30 years. But again, now they are shifting their focus to other aspects. It's not only forest rehabilitation or degraded land. They are shifting their minds, their orientation to others. So you don't have to fix yourself. So it goes with time, because that is the way they work. And one thing is, sometimes they might not get you physical cash, but they can give you contribution in kind, facilities, or things to facilitate your research work. Then you can do what we call a collaboration with others to get your research program running. That is fine. This is what we call matching grant. You can also look for that. Of course, we also have private entities that are charitable. These are charitable organizations. And an example, like you have what you call business tycoons who have got a lot of money and they feel like they want to do charity. Some of them, we call them angels or whatever. So here, they will give it to organizations or individuals for them to do some research that will help humanity. So this type of research grants are a little bit broad. If you are managed to convince them and they are interested in your innovation or your ideas, then they will sponsor. So it is very important that we know this so that we become eligible. Otherwise, you can be disqualified easily. Of course, you have also non-profit grants where they give you, and then normally it comes for a specific mission, especially like example, if you are talking about the Red Cross. I mean, Doctors Without Boundaries and whatever, they are all being sponsored from this kind of non-profit grants. And then the sponsorship here are very, very important, because here, when you are well established, an individual, a well-known figure in your area, you could be contacted. I mean, you could be contacted, and then you can start talking about, we saw your area, we feel that you can help us in this. If you can convince them, they will sponsor you. This is why you have to build your reputation and build your career very well. You will be getting a lot of phone calls, email, letters, wanting you to do work. Now, after giving you all these kind of examples or whatever funding, I'm putting them in place so that you don't waste your time. Now, you also have to watch out. If you are a researcher, at any point in time, have a proposal bank, have different types of proposals, and then you keep on the one hand, keep hunting all the time. There is nothing like proposal writing season. So here, there are simple techniques that you can draw. Just go online, frequently, just type private grants, private foundations, public charities, on and on, all sorts of grants. You'll be pulling them, and you will be surprised that you will fall within certain categories that you never thought about. And even you as an individual can apply. Of course, you must have organization to support you, because later I'm going to talk about this. Another way to look for this kind of grant, and you don't have to wait for your boss or your agency or your department or institute to call you to do so. You can even look at the public libraries, look at their, what we call it, books and databases on foundations, agencies offering grants and whatever. It's a commitment that you need to do. There are a number of them that we are not aware. It only takes a small effort for you to pull out. So I'm giving you several. There are so many of them that I am unable to list. So all these funding bodies that at least when you try one day, you might hit. But for you to hit, you need to prove yourself. Right. Now, with these stories here and there, remember, I have not defined what is a funding proposal. I'm just laying the foundation. So now let us go to the substantive issue. You see, when you say that you are talking about a funding project, one, your proposal must be factual. As an academician, as a professional, we don't bluff around. And you need to be straightforward. You don't just go round. Just go hit the nail at the right point. Here, what are you looking for? You are looking for money to do what? You have identified a problem that you think you have the solution. That is it. So the key word will be factual document. It's a straightforward one. You are looking for money for a particular purpose. Why? Because you know the question, you know the answer. It's a very simple thing. Now, you see, you are given a promise that you have a solution that can be implemented to solve the problem of a stakeholder or stakeholders. So here, that problem, you don't create the problem. If the stakeholder is not interested, you cannot push it down their throats. So it's a mutual kind of thing. It is not mutually exclusive, but mutually inclusive. Right. Now, which funding proposal is super? It all depends on you with the way that we write it. One, it depends on the fund seekers and the funders. It's a two-way traffic. And if you can also give evidence, because no one wants to throw any money away. So if you can give evidence that you have done a very thorough and careful planning in preparing the grant that you are seeking for, you need to convince them. And there are so many ways to spot, to see that whether you are being sloppy or you are just after the money. So these are some of the things. Now, it also depends on you if you are able to convey or you are able to put across the importance of your proposition within a certain community or a certain target group or a certain situation. If you are able to package your proposition very well, then you will have the chance of getting into that. And this one should also include, remember, especially if you are working with your organization or agencies, then you need to also think about how your agency can help. They will look at the credibility of your agencies or whatever, your organization, institutions, and whether they are able to support you or they themselves they are credible or they are up to that level. So this is why your institution is very, very important. Now, after defining what is a funding proposal, then what will be the qualities of a winning proposal? So that should make the difference. Proposal can be proposal, but which one will win? These are the things that we will have to talk so far. One, you have to follow the interest of the funders. This is very, very important. If you want to win any kind of grant, the first thing is you have to follow what the funders want, unless you can draw the attention to something that will fine-tune the situation to make it better, and they are convinced, otherwise forget it. Now, this aspect should be able to address the specific need of the funder. Very, very specific. And you need to demonstrate that you know the question or the questions and you can provide answer or answers to their problem. That is it. If you are unable to do this, whatever you write, you are just writing for writing's sake. Now, if that is the case, always think about this. You are addressing what? Who? And then you are addressing what? Whom? When? Why should we care about your work? And definitely, what is the wow factor about your work and the way forward? So these things must always play in our minds so that we will have that kind of conceptual thing that we want to put across. Now, it should also follow the funders format and the template. If you are not given any format or template, that'll be fine. But generally, you will have a set of format and template that you have to follow. Now, if that is the case, it is very, very important that you stick to the format and the proposal structure. You don't bend anything about it because it's well designed and there is nothing you can do about it. Now, and it is not in your place for you to correct mistakes or whatever. That is not your place. Now, remember, your proposal must be readable. That means that you must have well-constructed sentences in a very plain and professional way. And the information in the proposal must be easy to find. If we want to find some information in the abstract, let's say we quickly want to know what are your objectives, and we find it even difficult to see it from your abstract, what will compel us to go to your introduction or your need assessment? I think that will be a little bit of waste of time. Now, it's important that you also have headings for every section. Sometimes they give you the main heading, but you can bring down some headings for you to be very, very clear in your presentation. And it's also very important that sometimes you can do some labeling or diagrams just to draw the attention of the funders that you are writing to. Because sometimes writing in prose or in text might not carry the weight that you want to give. So diagrams, figures, pictures, whatever that you think can enhance your work or make your work stand tall, you need to do that. And then you also have to be very consistent with the evaluation criteria. Very, very consistent. In most cases, you will be hinted. These are the things that we are looking for. They give you the printout, the booklet, and whatever. Go through. If possible, you need to know the in and out of it, because a slightest mistake will land you into disqualification. This is why you have to adhere to all the requirements set up. And then remember, read the guidelines at whenever you are going. Even if you don't have the guidelines, go to their website if they have, or even call to find out the details. There is no harm in this. And then your timeline to meet deadlines is very, very important. Otherwise, you might end up leaving out a lot of things, or maybe a sloppy time of work or a messy type of work, wasting time. It doesn't help. Because if you have timelines and you have time, you can focus on more important things that matter to the funders and not you. So don't work in vacuum. And the last part is, when you are writing the proposal, we will have to also look into what we call superior executive summary, because that is the shortest information that they might need quickly apart from the title. And even that will be the end. Sometimes I'm going to show you in certain proposal bidding, they will just stop there. So this executive summary or the abstract must contain salient points that will serve as the introduction of the proposition, which is your proposal. So that is like the gateway to the other parts. That must be very, very well structured, well written. It is just like it's the gateway, right? Now here, remember the subsequent part of your proposal provides just credence. You get it? The first part is the summary. The rest will give credence to the credibility of the summary. That is why when the summary is not written very well, I think you might have problem. Right. So when we say salient points, it must summarize these aspects. One, we are talking about the problem. It must be well defined, well identified, and well defined, and tell us what you can do about it. Very simple, 1 or 2 sentences, objectives. You are talking about the method, outcome, and then we are talking about the priority area, whether you fit into that priority area or not. At the end of the day, are you making some socioeconomic impact or other implications? This is a simple thing that you need to craft. So it's a formula that you need to keep in your mind. It's a formula. Now, as you are writing, just keep it simple. Keep the proposition simple, but well written. As simple as that. This is not the place for people to test your intelligence or your scholarly nature, or no, it's a formula that you can follow. This is why it's very important that you avoid buzzwords. If possible, moderate them and then avoid information overload. Be very, very right succinctly on point. Now, if possible, to avoid writing too much for you to implicate yourself, you can have visual kind of attraction in a form of pictures or any other means that will make your work visible and very, very clear for us to follow. That is your own innovation. Now, it's like I'm going back again. Never, never send a proposal that you just finished. Let's say you read it within 1 hour. After 2 hours, you read again and you submit. Don't do that. If I were you, I would leave it for 1 or 2 days. Keep reading and whatever, you will see. As you leave it for some time, when you go back, because during the writing, your mind is saturated, so you're technically, you will be skipping a lot of things. So when you leave it for some time, you go back one at a time, you will spot a lot of things. What are you spotting? Not only the intellectual content, sometimes it can be spelling, grammar, and you have the opportune time to construct good sentences to enhance your work. These things are must do. There is no option. Now, that will be the case. The only way that you can save yourself could be the way you write your schedule. Have a schedule for it to guide you. We don't write proposal, in vacuum. You just stand up and write a proposal. It doesn't work like that. So this is why this is just a guide. It's a guide. That is not a standard thing that you need to follow. But at least if you are writing a draft, give yourself some days. It's up to you to decide if you want to edit the proposal. Not just you write, you edit, you submit. No. It's regimented that you need to follow. You have to follow a regime. Therefore, corrections and changes, re-editing, additional corrections and changes, proofreading, all these things must be well regimented. And you might think that this is a waste of time, but experience will tell some of us that it really works. I personally don't like to do things at random, because things done by heart are never done well. So these are some of the things. And now also, if you don't do this, you might end up appearing like you don't pay attention to details, because if you don't have this structure for you to exhaust all the means and you start being sloppy, then you are portraying a very negative kind of impression about your good self, which I don't think we want to do that. So I think these are some of the things that I can share with you for the time being. So let us zoom on to other things to remember. ask few questions about your work, assuming normally you will have a review of your proposal, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 rounds, depending on what type of, proposal you are writing. So you ask yourself whether the comments or whatever that you've been asked to do, have you really took your time and do them or not? It's very important. It's not about you. It helps because in certain grants, it will be rechecked and see whether you have done it. So it's important. And then also literature. If you apply for a number of grants, they might say that the literature should not be more than 5 years old. So are you really including latest literature? I've talked about this in one of our series. This is not the place for me to dwell on it. And then, have you been able to include everything in each section of the proposal? If it's not applicable, you have to write why it is not applicable. It's very important. And then, do you have a balanced team? The research team is very important. Later on, you will see when you are writing a research program and whatever, you will see, because they are going to see who is who in the research and who is complementing who and what are you doing. And then here, have you already highlighted a very significant contribution of your work, incremental contribution that will be having impact, not just an ordinary contribution? And then, will your research produce the required outcome? It has been stated clearly in the guidelines. Will you be able to meet that standard or not? And is your budget reasonable? This is not a place to make yourself rich. This is a place for you to say, this is what I want to do. This will cost me this much and that much and that much with evidence, not trying to bluff around because you could be betrayed. Sometimes also, if you just plug it from the air, you might give under budget and that is going to affect the quality of your research. Now, what are some of the description or some of the things that we could include in our proposal? This is not a requirement. If, let's say, you are applying online or you are applying manually, and if, let's say, you apply manually and you have not been given specific information, I will advise that you have a cover letter. It's very important, but some feel that is not necessary. Why do you need a cover letter? Because the first paragraph of the cover letter will summarize who you are. And it will further move into what your organization does, because these are the things that are supporting you and how much money you need for the project. So you don't just write an email, please find attached my proposal, and then I will be looking forward to your positive response. Nobody will listen to this because professionally you are not really writing well. Now, remember, the entire letter will also set the tone. It set the slant of your proposal. You get it? And then it should grab the imagination. You see, once they pick the proposal, it should put that kind of imagination in the, what we call it, those who are going to look at your proposal. Why should we really read? Oh, this looks like it's going to be a good proposal, something like that. You can only do this if you remember what we call NABC, the need, approach, benefit, competition. If you can do that, you will be able to go through. Remember also, whenever you are sending a serious proposal for you to have credibility, it's very important if you can have a board member. Those of us from in the university, let's say like we have our director here. So maybe our director will be serving as a renowned person to sign. Or we have our research management center, we have the director of research. Or we may even have our deputy vice chancellor for research. So you need people of your organization who have some weightage to sign your letter. That gives a serious implication because that means that it is vetted and it has some worth or something to look for. So now, slowly we are going deeper and deeper. Research title. This one, I'm not going into detail. I've covered it already, but we don't know the audience. So just to share with you, your research title is the first thing that is going to be seen. Therefore, it must create an impression. You remember, first impression is very, very important. And it must be catchy in a way that it is interesting and unique. It must be interesting and unique. I'll tell you what should be in it later. And it must be in fewer words. Some say less than 15, depends on you, but it must be in fewer words. Right. What does it mean? Fewer words here. If you are able to write correctly, you just have to capture the issue. If you can craft the title in a way that will give us an idea about the issue or the gap that you want to fill, that will be fine. Then you must also add on to how you're going to solve the problem. In 1 or 2 words, you bring them together. And the last part will be, once we read, we should be able to find out or speculate or find an idea about the outcome or what we should expect. So these 3 things, if possible, let it be in your title: the issue, the method, the outcome, or expectation. Now, that being the case, what I have just said means that these 3 things will help you to describe the content of your proposal. Now, if you are able to do that, don't write a title that is too technical for only specialists or experts to understand and add. Remember, in a bigger project, what happened is that you have 3 levels. First level is just to screen and get the overall overview. The second level will be the technical aspect. The third level will be the maybe like the economic and the socio-economic aspect, or maybe the other aspect that are not very, very technical. So you need to broaden your scope and don't be too like you are specializing. That one is only one stage of the proposal, bidding. Now, some believe that you can even have a title that will give us what we should expect. So example, students who smoke get lower grades. You see, even without reading the content of the proposal, you are already trying to figure out what will be the end outcome of the proposal. So these kind of titles are very good. So it is up to you. There are different ways to write a title. I'm just sharing. That does not end it, but it is up to you to find your balance. Now, depending on the type of proposal that you are writing, some you don't need this title page. You might not need it if it's online or whatever. But if it's a private organization, or maybe they just want you to send it manually or whatever, it's very important that you have a title page. Right. Sorry, I think I had a hiccup here. Right. Now, the title page basically doesn't add on to the intellectual content of your proposal, but what it does is it enhances the appearance of your proposal. And sometimes the title could even have a subtitle. But if I were you, I will avoid the subtitle, because when you have a subtitle, it makes it longer. It's going to be wordy. So it is up to you, and of course, it depends on the proposal. This part is optional, but if you could include it, that will be fine, assuming there is a place for that. Now, if you have the name of the funding agency, you have to give them that kind of courtesy, and name and address of the applicant, you or your group or your investee, the date and the amount that you are requesting for. This is optional, but for me, I do include them. Now, table of content is necessary to pull out some information about your work, assuming it is not online and you don't have a standard, a format. Now, this will help you for organizing of the materials in a logical sequence, and it provides readers easy access to the sections that they want to find quickly to browse through. Remember, some of the funders have no time. So headings and subheadings are also important in the table of content. If you can do that, that will be fine, but it must be duplicated in the text, the body of the proposal, if you can do that. These are all optional things that I'm trying to talk about. Now, the standard format here, what we are referring to is, remember, this is about text writing. So we are talking about Roman numerals for major sections. You have a capital letter for each section, a subsection, and Arabic numerals followed by lower cases. You see, you might think that these things are very petty, but why would you wait for funders to draw your attention to these things? It will be too late for your reviewers to draw your attention. I think it might tell us a lot about your good self. Now, coming down to the summary aspect, I have already finished it, but I just wanted us to know what will be the rules. So here, it enables you to write the important aspect of the proposal. I have already said that. And it also provides sufficient and essential information that are useful for the funders. It's not about you, also the funders. They also want to know this. And of course, like I just said, it may enable the funders to decide as to whether they should read your other parts of your proposal or not. So these are the fundamental things. And then, of course, it might highlight the proposal. Here, I'm putting it clearly here. It is important because, remember, the first thing they focus here will be this. And if you go to some parts of the world, they base on only the abstract to tell you whether they need your proposal or not. So these are some of the things. Now, the most important aspect of this part will be that if you write it very well, it separates fundable proposals from non-fundable proposals. Can you imagine you have 1,000 proposals? You think they're going to read everything from A to Z? Maybe sometimes they use only the title to disqualify your proposal. They can use abstract to disqualify your proposal. So these are some of the things that we will really have to understand when we are writing winning proposals. Now, here, if we are talking about a well-written abstract, it helps the reviewers to understand your work through what issues, objectives, and the cost of your proposal. Now, prepare your abstract or your whatever after the proposal is completed. You hear some saying that I wrote my abstract before the proposal. I don't think this could be a good way to do things. I'm not saying it's wrong, but if you are able to go through, you dwell through, and then you swim through, I think it will be very clear to you as to what to write. Now, let me give an example why I'm stressing on abstract. In the US, from other parts that I got involved in, they just look at your proposal, I mean, in terms of abstract, to see whether they are going to request for full proposal or not. That's it. They don't need any detail about your proposal. You just send what we call it, the summary of it, then they will decide. Because if the proposal projects their interest, then they will ask you for the full one. Of course, in Malaysia, we have what we call a concept paper. I will talk about that very soon. In New Zealand, I've also been involved in some part of proposal bidding. Here, they call it expression of interest. It is just like the US style, but they're a little bit detailed. So they call it expression of interest. So they you write a certain set of proposal with just the basic things that I've talked about. And then from there, they review. If they are interested, then they call for the full proposal. Now, during that time, what they will be looking for is the brief description of your capability in relation to the research, your capability and experience. I'm talking about example of, New Zealand, with respect to the team. And then they will look at your potential collaborators. In fact, I was teaming it with one of two colleagues, and when they roped me in, the moment my name was sent and my detail, they quickly went on Google to Google my details. You get what I'm saying? So here, they will look into all these things. And then here also, they will want to know the scope of the contribution each collaborator to the project. They will look into that. And then they will also want you to lead key activities among your plan, within the plan, that will help them to see whether you have planned very well, and then you will be able to work on the proposal. In fact, in certain bidding, they will even want you to come for a workshop. You have to register for the workshop. You go and they tell you exactly what they want. You get the ideas before you come and write. Again, they will look at the key outcomes of the proposition, the benefits of the sector interest in terms of society, and then the cost and duration of the project. Now, let me bring you down to what we call concept paper. It's another form of a very short type of proposal bidding. It's very common in Malaysia and in most universities or whatever. We call it concept paper. So here, it is normally common for a program type of research. Now, when you have this, it's very important when you are writing a concept paper for research bidding, you need to understand that it's more towards teamwork. It's more, you will see very soon why I'm saying that. So like teamwork means what? Together everyone achieves more. So that is the concept of writing a research program. Now, what do they look for? Now, they will look for the profile of the program leader. The profile of the program leader is very important. And definitely there are some, I mean, I was involved in one project where one was in somewhere and I'm here, and we are what? I mean, co-leaders. So in certain programs, you don't have the program leader, you have co-leaders. So they will look both of the co-leaders. If you are 3 or 4 or 5, they will look at your profile. And sometimes when you don't require, I mean, co-leaders, you straight go to what we call sub-projects, and they look at the profile of the sub-project leaders. Very important, because they see how the synergy is, the relationship. Because the money you are bidding is huge, and they are not going to throw the money away. And definitely they want to see that the project will succeed. Now, they also want to know the title of the research program. The title is very important, and the titles of the sub-research projects, how they are related. So I'm leading you to connectivity when you write a concept paper or a program kind of research. Now, they also look at the budget, the overall budget and the sub-project, but how do they synchronize? Do they synchronize very well? And of course, the duration. If they are interested in 3 years, is it going to be 5 years? A research program less than 1 year is not funded in any way. It becomes a consultancy. So here, within this kind of a research, I mean a concept paper, there is a section called executive summary. Depending on type, I will not go into details. You might have the research background, the literature review, research objective, methodology, and then the research plan, the outcomes, and then the impact statement, the wow factor of the program, and then the future directions of the program. All these things will be looked into. Now, the other part will be the background and the rationale. You are talking about the research objectives. What they are looking for is not only the overall objective, how the sub-project research objectives relate to one another for information sharing. What are the hypotheses? Are they scattered? One program is in the project, sub-project is independent of the other sub-project. Their objectives are not related in any way. So these are some of the things. Now here also we are talking about the connectivity. This is the trust of any research program. If the connectivity is not there, you just forget it. So I'm going to share with you one of the research programs that we are about to run, where we try to table some of, just to show you the research, connectivity. You don't need to follow this, just for you to see the understanding. We are talking about sustainable afforestation and carbon sequestration. That is the program. Now, within this program, we have what we call, if you talk about afforestation, we have what we call above ground carbon storage. Then we also have what we call below ground carbon storage. I'm showing you the connectivity. Now, with this, you are having one project. First, you have 2 projects under the program. Now, when you scrutinize it and then you go microscopic, you will see that you can have what you call 3 biomass carbon. Then you can also have another sub-project called what we call litter and detection, litter on the surface of the floor of the forest. You want to understand the carbon cycle or whatever. You see, so now here within the program, you have come out with 2 sub-projects. And then when you talk about below here, maybe you are interested in the soil carbon. And then you also in the microbial biomass. So the biological aspect, and then you are talking about the chemical and the physical aspect. So here, you have already got another research project. So you have 3 within the program. And all of them are linked, as you can see. Now from here, you need to tell us under the sub-project, what are you measuring? So you can see these are the measurements that you are measuring. When you go to the 3rd project also, these are the measurements that you need to measure. So from here, remember, when you say you are talking about afforestation and carbon sequestration, what you are trying to say is that you are going to capture carbon so that we have the carbon blueprint or the carbon credit. So here, if that is the case, that means that you should sequester carbon. So here, you can talk about the gases, the greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide. You are talking about nitrous oxide, methane, is your program going to capture them? So it becomes another project. So now you have 4 projects within a program. Now all of them must be linked to come to an end goal. So here, this is why you must have an indicator to fuse all of them together and see whether you are being successful or not. So that is the compelling aspect. Then from here, are you going to just leave the program like that? Definitely you should tell us what you have improved, what you have achieved. If the program is successful, then the gases that will be recycled should be low. So these are some of the things that I can share with you when we talk about the connectivity. This is very, very important. Now, when you talk about data sharing, it's extremely important, and the research methodology is important. Now, what about if your research is leading to what we call technology development? If it's going to be technology development, you need to prove that you have produced certain research results that could be scaled up. This is why I started with fundamental research, applied research, and technology development research. So here, basically, we'll be looking for intellectual property. And then what will be the pressing issue that will develop the technology? Then from there, you also have to show that you are going to have what you call prototype of research in terms of originality, innovation, the special features of your work. These things are very, very important. Then we also have to describe in terms of whether your contribution is to wealth creation, enhancement of life, or you are talking about strengthening the industry, whatever industry that you want to strengthen. These are very, very important that we need to do. This is why you have to have what you call benchmarking, because there are others that are already in the system. So you benchmark and you become better. So here, this will lead you into a roadmap. Those of you who are good in the business and whatever, it leads you to what we call business plan. If you are technology-oriented kind of research. So here, you will have to face what you call market demand. You need to talk about the market size, the market growth, the target market, the price competitiveness, industry competitors, entry barriers. You are talking about niche market, others and others. Now, then you cannot also run away from what we call return of investment, because you have to tell us where you are going to break even. So that is the investment that you are going to do. So here, then if you are going into pre-commercialization or commercialization, then if you are bidding for that kind of research also is very important. And then of course, the cash flow, the financial forecast must be there. We also have to know whether you have the capability of what we call a marketing capability and capacity. This is research development. And then the financial resources, the marketing strategy, pricing, product services, and the like, duration of your network, the strategic alliances. You see, when you go through all these things, this is the time that you can license your product, you can commercialize your product. So I'm putting you in another plane. Don't only look at it like you do research, you publish only. No, you can do research, you publish, you can produce students, you can have a patent, you can commercialize. So those are some of the things that we should look into. Now, what will be your contribution? At the end of the day, those who are funding you also want to know. When you create this development, technology that you are creating or the innovation, will it lead to employment? Remember the economy of the country or the region, and then also whether it's going to spur some international trade or whatever, creation of new businesses, creation of intellectual properties. These are very, very important. So we don't do research for fun. There are diverse ways of coming out with research. Now, when you are talking about generally any type of research, depending on your level, we look at whether you have some novel theories, findings, knowledge, model. So all these things, whether it's an innovation, an invention, publication, all these things. But in this country, human capital is also considered as one of the crucial things. So when you apply anywhere in the world, these parts are very essential. Now, sometimes it's very important that you don't focus only on papers, publications, and whatever. Policy paper is very important. It can be national, or it can be international, or it can be regional, something like this. And impact on society and environment, you know, and then your relevance in terms of your research in what we call it, the SDG, where do you belong? These are all things that we need to think about. It's not about the money, it's not about your fame, but it's about your contribution to society. Now, they also look into this, your program and the leaders, the field of specialization. Some can be even detailed and asking of your H index. I think this is not a place. I've talked about this, number of citations, number of recent publication, past and current research projects. All these things will be vetted. Now, the other part will be the list of the project members. I've talked about the ethical issues. This is now is very, very hot. We at UPM or any part of any research institution, whatever, you will have an ethical committee to vet your research and see whether it breaks some sort of ethical standard or not. And then they also look at the material, accessibility to your equipment, and then what you call materials. And of course, you need to declare so that whatever you are saying is the truth. Right, this is optional. I think this has worked with me a lot. Normally, when I engage private sector, normally I have to do some preliminary work, and then sometimes we go for meetings, presentations, and whatever, invite them to our lab, our field, for them to see, because sometimes seeing is believing, and sometimes it's very, very, I mean, it's not advisable when you are not familiar with the area, you go and take the money and you don't know what to do. You must have a follow-up point. So these are some of the things that I can share with you. Now, again, all these things will start coming in again. Now, sometimes when you are sending your proposal, you have to sound non-technical in terms of the background information you give to the proposal. So here, try to introduce your organization in a very positive way if you have an organization. And it should capture the essence of what the applicant, so what you are doing and why your affiliation is exemplary. Let's say like we at UPM. We have the trademark or we have the goodwill of being one of the champions of agriculture. So you can imagine if you want to compete with us in agriculture, then you have to be exemplary, you have to be unique, you have to be special in delivery. So these are some of the things. So organization that you are in is very important that you don't take it for granted. Now here, it also helps you to signal your identity. You see, we in the university, we have our physical agent. That will be our research management center. But if you are applying as an entity, they will definitely don't want to give you the money direct. They want to see if there is another physical agent who could be able to manage your what do you call it, the monetary affairs, and then try to monitor you and see what things are doing very well. So those of you who are in the habit of criticizing your organizations and whatever, this is where you are going to be caught up. You might need your organization to support you. So it's always good that you project the good image of your organization or your institution and your team members. It's not about you, but it's a collective thing. But this is why you should start with a very strong note about your capabilities. So we at UPM will be very proud. If I'm going for agriculture, I'm very, very positive to tell you a lot. But we do not bluff. You have to speak the truth and nothing else. Right. Now, describe what the funding is applying for, and then you have to talk about your mission, your activities, and definitely your constituent, the base clients. You also have to demonstrate, you know, we have done this research for this group, we have done this research for this entity, and these are some of our findings. This will all give some hope and then credibility to your work. Now, from here also, you should tell the funders what this, you see, when you try to talk about your organization and they are very, very sure and they are convinced, then you definitely, you are trying to tell them that give me the fund and nobody else. So this one is like you are a what? You are a salesperson, but in an academic way or in a very professional way. Now, the need statement or the problem statement, I wouldn't dwell much on this because we are all familiar, but it provides the complete information that we need to understand the whole of your proposal. So it serves as a framework within which the reader will be able to focus more detail on your work. So now, because of this, it will provide the background and the rationale of your work, and you are trying to persuade or entice the, what we call it, the readers to see how interesting or how useful your work is. This is all that the problem statement part is about. So you need to craft it very, very well. Of course, background information related to the need, definitely we will all find out. And then as you are writing, it helps you to build the argument in terms of, your objectives relate to your hypothesis and the questions that you are trying to ask and answer. So that means that it will enable you to justify your work in a way that it builds a support case for yourself. And I'm reminding you again, it is very necessary whenever you are talking about justification, remember NABC, need, approach, benefit, competition. Right, I have repeated it 3 times. It's not for fun, but for a reason. Now, we also have to remember that the primary factor in deciding whether your work will be awarded depends on also in the what? The problem statement that you are giving. So describe it in a very, very clear way and in a straightforward manner. Sometimes you can even write it in the context of population, demographics. You are talking about psychological profile, geographical areas and whatever, but they all relate to a community or they all related to a target group, a region. So these are some of the things. Now, of course, objectives and goals of a research proposal is very clear. It is sometimes we need to understand you have a one goal, so the goal should anticipate your outcome. Now, within the goal, you might have objectives. So a set of objectives can serve your goal. So here, these objectives must be measurable. They are the measurable outcomes that relate to your goal. So because of this, it must be very precise and it must be in an action type. So when we, example, to increase by what? If let's say you say that you have a technology that will be able to reduce maybe COVID-19 or whatever, you have the vaccine. Somebody is saying that his is 80%, and you say yours will increase by how much? So these are some of the things. If you want to say reduce by what? If you want to improve from where to where? If you want to produce what? If you want to say fabricate, model. So these are some of the things, not to study, to investigate or whatever. These are not kind of action type of words that you can use to measure. Now, do not also confuse methods with objectives. When we say methods, we mean the means for you to achieve the objectives. So they are different things. This is why it's very important you use the right words. I'm repeating again: to create, to establish, to conduct, to carry out. So these are some of the words that will, clearly differentiate between what we call method and objectives. Now, don't let these small things beat you. This is why we should always remember what we call SMART objectives. It must be specific, measurable, measurable, it must be achievable, and you must tell us how you are going to achieve it. And then, this part is what? The time. It's not method, it should be timely. Instead of method, it's a typographical error. Sorry for that. And then at the end of the day, what we can talk about, if you are able to get it very well, then it should be able to tell us who will do what for who. When are we going to achieve that and by how much? I have already talked about this. So note, whilst writing this part, the underlying hypothesis and the questions of the research proposition must be clear. It's it could be very unfortunate that you write all these beautiful objectives, you have already adduced your argument, and there will not be a proposition on hypothesis and research question. Then what problem are you solving? So that means the hypothesis, research question, and objectives, they must relate to enable you to achieve the goal of the project. So this is a very straightforward thing. I'm not going to dwell much on the literature review or whatever, but all that I would like to say is you review the literature to identify a particular field of research. Now you also evaluate that kind of information that is in that part of field. You evaluate and find out the existence of a gap. And once you identify the gap, then that is the time you want to propose to solve the problem. This is all that literature review is about. It identifies a literature in a very specific field, evaluate the literature to find a gap, then come out with a solution. That is it. That is all that literature review is about. So here, it enables you to demonstrate how much knowledge you have in the field and your contribution to the gap, but the contribution is original. Original here does not mean that nobody has thought about it or whatever. You want to show that whatever you are contributing is not reinventing the wheel. That is very essential. It also demonstrates to the evaluator that you are familiar with issues and debates in the field. You are not a novice in the area. You are very aware about the directions and whatever. I think there's no one here who will be not telling me, I mean, whether we like it or not, each and every one of us know the hot issue is COVID-19. Everybody is aware. So you need to demonstrate that kind of whatever, so that when you are put in the tight corner, you should be able to get yourself out. This is why you need to explain these areas very well and discuss the main players. You see, in any field, we have the champions, we have the authorities, the movers, the leaders, the directions. So you need to let them understand that you are aware about all these things. And it might, because of this, if you demonstrate that there is an area in the field which you can contribute, then the only way to do this is to be very critical and analytical. Not everything that you read might be true. Not everything that we read that we have to accept on the face value. We need to scrutinize it and then come out with our own informed kind of information. And during the review, this is where you cite most. You cite not for citing's sake, you cite to add on to the credit of the gap and how you are going to solve the problem. So where you use verb sentences to become more important here, this is where you show your skill of writing, but in a very subtle way. And this is also where you must be aware of unnecessary repetition, because once you don't have the control, you are tempted to repeat so many things. That tells us that actually you are just groping in the dark. You have not found your drift and you don't know the gap. You are just hovering around. And this will land you into what we call plagiarism. So we need to be very careful. Craft the story in a way that you know the gap, you have the solution. And if possible, if you have theories or other kind of scientific backing, you need to do. So here, to summarize it all, your literature review should be able to tell us what has been done about the problem. I mean, what is the problem? What has been done? What has not been done? What will you do differently? And how will you do it and why? This is all that what research, review is about. Now have a plan of operation and program design. So when we talk about a plan of operation, it must provide the funding source with a plan that you can implement the project. And it must include the steps and of course, methodology. So this one we are all familiar. So here, what you are trying to ask is, how am I going to achieve my objectives? The means that you want to go through to achieve the objectives. This is where the program activities should be clearly described. The activities must be consistent with your outcomes, and definitely there must be a logical flow of your activities. Very, very important from point 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Of course, some will overlap, but at the end of the day, they should move you forward. They don't draw you back. And this is why you have the timeline to cross-check. Now, let me dwell a little bit here. It's very amazing that you will read research projects or research, what you call it, bidding, and you could see clearly that the fund seekers cannot even differentiate between research activities and milestones. They are completely different. You do a number of activities to achieve one milestone. Let's say your research work, you are bidding for 2 years. For me, for 2 years, the number of milestones you should get should be just 4. If you say every 6 months, you have a target of achieving something, that will be 1 milestone. So you could have 4. You can see within 1 year, people list down almost 20 or 15 milestones. It tells us that you are overlapping activities with milestones. So when we say activities, it's just like, just take it like you are you go into the university and you are in the first semester. It's 12 weeks. At the end of the day, we have, let's say, if you don't mind, we have 3 major milestones. Maybe for the first 6 weeks, we want to teach you and evaluate you and score you. That is what we call test 1. That test 1 becomes a milestone. By the lectures, the assignments, the presentations will lead to test 1. Those are the activities. Test 2 will be another milestone. The final exam is another milestone. So these are some of the things. So we need to make them clear. If you cannot identify this, then we are already in trouble. That is why the project scheduling should relate to what they call your milestone and your research activities. Now, for the key personnel, all that we will want to know is it gives an overview of the research group, the organization or institute, and the capability to manage the project. That the personnel. And remember, the personnel also includes what we call research assistants, even the clerical staff, the drivers, the field assistants, and whatever, the enumerators, they are all involved. And definitely you need to show us their qualification and how they relate to the project. So these are some of the things. And then list the members, include sufficient objectives, and then you have to give them the curriculum vitae. We need to know what will be their vitae. So here, commitment and capacity will also be very important. We are talking about in terms of human resources, are you capable or not? So these are also very essential. And the physical capacity, of course, if you are in the university or research institution, you have your research management center, they will manage this aspect. And then it should also include the names and then what if you have board of directors or trustees, if you feel that they will enhance your bidding, there is no doubt, provided they are willing to support you. And then here the trustees will have a written letter to support your project. For us, we will have our research management center, we have our directors of research or whatever, or maybe your dean, it can even be your director of institute. If they can append a signature to give you credence to your work, that would be very good. And then also, it's very good sometimes you consult other professionals. Like the NIFA, I mean the US, when we check the research proposal, one aspect that you need to prove is you have contacted people who know the area, people who are in the game, and they have been able to give you information and they are even willing to, I mean, support your program. It gives a lot of weightage to your work. So those are some of the things. And list other private funding that I think that you have received. If you have received other fundings, it will be very important that you include them. And of course, identify your major collaborators. That will be also fine. And then the red part that I'm highlighting is telling you, here we also have to know how the project will sustain itself. You see, it's not just a gift. The project is not just a gift. It is also telling us that when the project gets off, who are your funders? Can it be continual or is going to stop there? Maybe you might need a continuity. So you need to prove that also. Now, how do we evaluate? This is the juicy part. The evaluation plan is to assure the funders that you have the objective method of measuring what? Your goals. That is why they have to evaluate the project in relation to the objectives. So I'm going to show you some of the, what you call the criteria that I use very soon. Now, it also presents a plan for monitoring. Definitely, they want to evaluate how you are going to monitor the progress and how are you going to go about it. That will also be there. And then it also, of course, the credentials of evaluators will be there. And they will also include interim success or failure. You can also be there. And the contingencies of correcting measures. Now, before I come down to the last part, then you also have to talk about the budget. Of course, we all know the budget. Remember, it's not for free or whatever, but be realistic and provide details and justification for each part of the budget, including man hours. Very, very important. If you say you are buying this component, you need to give a reason. If you say you have to travel to this point, you need to go. And sometimes they look at it. If your traveling expenses is too much, I think either it is reduced or rejected because you are using the project to travel. So every component of the budget should be there. So I'm just giving an example like salary and wages. You need to specify who, how much every month, up to what? 3 years. You need to calculate travel expenses and traveling, rentals, materials, and supply. All these things must be clearly specified. Professional services. Maybe I will have to highlight professional services and consultancy. You need to be very careful here. If you give a lot of money or you apportion a lot of money for professional services and consultancy, it's a negative on you. It negates you because it tells us that you don't have the ability. You need to contract so many things. You need to go and learn so many things, but you claim you are expert in the area and you need a lot of professional services. Then that means that you'll be a little bit doubtful. Of course, this, we in the public institutions and whatever, this is not an issue. But I have ever applied a grant where they wanted to know the statement of the what? Of the investee. And I was a little bit furious because they want to look for solvents. So we had to tell them that in university, we don't move like that. If it's a private company or organization, they want to see whether you are solvent or not. And also include of your financial statement. They want to see whether you'll be able to manage it. But if only you are a private entity, if you are in the public institutions, this is not very relevant. And also copy of what? The year's board approved budget and the next tentative budget. This is when you are in the private entities, you will have to look for all these things. And also demonstrate the competence for financial planning is very important. And then constraint in terms of contingency plan. Now, if the application was rejected, I think sometimes Trump feel down, call the, what do you call it, the funders and find out why, and the chances of you getting it amended and resubmit. It's just like paper. Sometimes you need to go again and then try, so don't be dejected. Now the proposal is funded, it's not a gift. Then remember that you have to maintain contact with the funding source. It's not that you have gotten the proposal granted and that is. Definitely you will be giving some reports. I'll be coming down to that. And that is where it is going to show. So the three most important rules in grant preparation could be like this. I'm summarizing. One, read the proposal carefully. The proposal bidding carefully. Your budget must be intact. Your narrative must be good in terms of technical expectation and what you are going to provide. And definitely the length of the application should not be too long. If you are told that 200 words for abstract is 200, nothing more, nothing whatever, it must be less and not more. It's very, very important that when you are giving the template, every part of the template you need to fill. If it's not applicable to you, you need to write why it is not applicable. It's very important because you see, when your proposal goes to the office of the funders, remember, it goes through the clerical staff or it goes through the first liners. Some of them, they might think that if you didn't fill those parts, it means that you are already disqualified. So they can ignorantly disqualify you. That is why you don't leave it blank. Say it doesn't apply to me or it's not applicable to me because of this. It will save you, right? So then the next part will be, if possible, let's say like we were bidding for one international project and there were certain aspects we were not clear. So we just wrote an email and then asked them, this part is not clear to us, this part. So they wrote back to us and tell us, this is what we mean. We were having problem with even calculating the man hours and other aspects. So here, it is your right for you to write to them and ask. There's nothing harmful about that, either than you keeping quiet and you are disqualified. And that is why you don't be afraid to ask legitimate questions. Professional staffers will always respond to you. It's just like if you're a professional, somebody writes to you, I mean, your conscience should tell you that you need to write back to those people. So it's very important that we will also have to do that. And they will definitely entertain you because they need you also. Now, it is the best interest that you are able to answer all these things to avoid rejection of your work. And this is very important. Every aspect of your proposal that you are writing is important that you save a copy. It's very, very important. The reason is, you see, before drafting, after and whatever, when the proposal is approved, you are going to give reports. And sometimes you have no choice but to fall back to the, what do you call it, those kind of documents for you to be able to write a good report, so that you don't say, I forgot this part, I forgot this part. It doesn't speak well of you. So this is why if you have everything saved, it will help you in an excellent documentation so that you can provide your report and progress report timely. Now, in the other part will be that it will also help you in writing new proposals. You see, if you are well experienced in proposal writing, one research leads to another. So here, with that kind of documentation, it should be able to help you to write another proposal or the possibility of even the funders to fund a new proposal that you are bidding. So these are some of the things. So it's in your own interest to keep this. Now, after all these stories or whatever, we need to ask ourselves, are we really being real in terms of applying proposal, research grants? We have to ask this question. Why? Because example, I give you one example is the European type of grant. The work overload is very intensive. So here, they will want you to have a detailed description of your work. So here, you will keep revising until they are satisfied. Are you willing to do that or not? Number two, they will have a consortium of research partners. So you will be having regional and global meetings here and there. Are you willing to participate or not? When they mean the deadline, they mean the deadline. So these are some of the things that you need to be very, very wary of. And then, of course, prepare yourself for at least 3 reports, a progress report within a year. You will have no choice but to do that. And definitely there will be annual review and there will be strict deadlines. And then deliverables, if they say publication, workshop, roadshop, newspaper, website, you will have to deliver because you have promised. So no much entertaining of what you call it excuses. And then in the US, type is also a little bit different. For them, once, let's say like you start your project, and then you have 1 or 2 papers, they approve it, and then you have the full project. Of course, they will have a consortium, but the consortium can be solo. Solo here means only you or in partnership. It's not like the European type. And then there will be local meetings, and that will be determined by you, the principal, what we call it, investigator, or your partners. So it's not like the deadline has been set up for you. So it's a little bit flexible here. And of course, your annual report. Your annual report, you cannot run away. But in the US, they will have what you call institutional review board. So that one is on 18 months, and you have an annual program review. And of course, the deadline is a little bit negotiable. You can negotiate your way out, but not flimsy excuses. And then the publications must be there. Now, for them, you will have to understand the bottleneck of what they want you to solve and how you use the science to solve the bottleneck or your ingenuity to solve the problem during the meetings and whatever. These are some of the things that they will be looking for. These are the pointers. Right. Now, this is why you have to understand that not every research gap is worth researching into. So we have to ask yourself, this is where you hear this kind of writing. So far, no one has investigated this topic. This project will fill the gap. The fact that no one has investigated that area does not mean that it's relevant. So if it's not relevant and not interesting, do not waste your time. You will never get funded. Now, it's also, this is why you have to focus on pressing issues to enable your evaluators to understand the problem and to understand where the technological challenges are and where you are coming in, and to demonstrate how other researchers have done and how your work will be unique and different from them. Now, with this, you are trying to demonstrate that you'll be doing something new, which will buttress the theory and principles that they know as to why you believe that that particular challenge of approach might be successful. Now, the project sponsors will definitely look for what? They will look for groundbreaking nature and potential impact of your work. They will also look at the feasibility of or the appropriateness of your work. And they look at the trade-off in terms of risk management, the trade-off. Is it a high risk, a medium, or low? They will look for that. And of course, the commitment, the principal investigator, you don't have a choice. You have to spend at least 50% of your time. All these things will be documented, and there is a way to calculate them. So you cannot just get the project and then lay it off on others. No, you will have to participate fully and then be alert to these kind of basic things. Funding ID here is very basic. They are looking for your track record. The track record is is very essential, because whether you like it or not, that is a component that will differentiate you from others that are low achievers. This is why when you craft your CV, you will see that there will be a column for what you call publications. Now, publication not only in your narrow scope, they have to see whether some of the publications are in multidisciplinary journals to see how diversified you are. And they also want to see the papers in leading peer review journals. This is why now we are talking about top 1%, top 10%. We are talking about Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. These kind of bogus journals and whatever, fake journals will never count for you. And if possible, also avoid your own publication during your studentship. I think this is quite hot for the early career. It's quite hot for you. But certain funders, they will not. They will tell you to exclude all your publication during your studentship. The reason is, during your studentship, you were guided. It was a guided research. But they want to see when you graduated, what have you done? So if you are a student, you want to apply, there are certain grants that you can apply with your supervisors or your group. If you are early career kind of a professional or academician or researcher, this is why you have to have a mentor. So in certain research groups, they have what forms, you have a mentor. So you have to specify the name of the mentor or whatever. That will save you a little bit. Of course, monographs. How many books are you writing? Do you even have books in chapters? Have you have a peer, do you do peer review? Are you on editorial board, conference proceedings? These are all a must. And then do you have grants? You say you are bidding for grants, but do you even have grants? How many have you completed? How many successful grants are you running now? And what has been the output? This will all weigh against you if you are not able to show this, and how timely you are able to finish when you are given a grant, to pursue your goals. Now, here, the next part will be the recognized citations. It's becoming difficult and difficult. You have to have credible citations. Here we are talking about journal citation report. You are talking about Scopus, maybe ERA and whatever, and your H index must be there. Do you have intellectual property, depending if you are going for development research? Remember, I took my time, patent, registration, registered design, trademark, on and on and on. Maybe in our subsequent talk, we'll be talking about intellectual property. So I will go deeper into this aspect. Now, what kind of review are you doing? Who knows you? In which journal? In which kind of fora? So all these things will also be very important. And then have you been invited as a keynote speaker, a plenary speaker, or a guest speaker? Have you been training in terms of workshop, seminar? You see, these are all spillover activities that are adding on to the what? Your credentials to convince them, because they are going to give you money. Consultancy and extension services. Is it public and private? Community? Have you been in a panel discussion? Have you transferred knowledge? Have you transferred technology? These are some of the things. What are the honors? Reputable prizes, awards? Where are they? And then you are also talking about, these are the things that will stand your proposal from others. And then at the end of the day, it's going to be very compelling for them to reject you or whatever. I'm not saying the achievements alone. These are all, they are going to complement your chances or enhance your chances of getting it. That is what I'm trying to say here. And it's possible that you also have to know that you are not writing a detective story. So keep it low, keep it simple, but the substance must be there. Now here, start directly with what is important. Don't start with less important things before you go to important things, and make it clear and compact. You can only do this if you have rich vocabulary and you use figures, bullets, numbers, charts. These are the ones that will really help you. And then put everything where they are supposed to be. Don't take chances. If you are supposed to have subheadings, have them well designed. And if there are any other information that are important that you want to express to emphasize on issue, go ahead and do that. But don't overdo it. And remember to include your CV. according to the template that you are provided. Unless you are not provided with a template, then you want to design your own. But remember that the proposal that you are writing is for both technical and non-technical people. Therefore, keep it open. This is why it's very important that you circulate your proposal among your colleagues for them to see the language, the content, and how technical it is. This could help you a great deal. Now, coming back to the CV, you see, the mistake that we make in writing CV is that we write one CV for every proposal. It doesn't work well like that. You have to tailor your proposal vis-a-vis the direction that you are going. So it must relate to your CV. So your CV must follow the requirement of the proposal that you are writing. It's not that one proposal fits all. You might get disappointed because certain information might not be there or you lose them out. Now, what will be a quality of a researcher if you want to win that kind of grant? Unfortunately, you need to be a little bit outstanding. It's very unfortunate that this part is very important, but with time, if you're early career, you will understand. You build yourself. You should know where you are and where you want to go. You cannot run away from publications. Even through publications, also they invite you to apply for grants. You cannot run away. It's part of our dollars and cents. And your relevant achievements will definitely you will fall on them. So these are some of the things. Now, your experience in also supervising. When we say supervising, the supervision is not only for students. It can even be postgraduates. I mean, postdoctoral fellows. It could be that you are a leader of certain research programs and you have to coordinate. These are all important. And of course, your collaboration and your contribution to society. Even in a small way, it must be documented with evidence. I have already talked about this kind of areas. But what is the general mentality of writing a proposal? You see, the mentality here is we think that we are very specialized. We have our degrees and qualifications. We know best. Therefore, we will write and dictate the pace for the funders. It doesn't work like that. The funders will dictate it to you what they want, and you will have to write it according to what they want and not what you want. So that kind of mentality should be shared. It's not about your degree. It's not about yourself. It's about them and what you can contribute. Now, at the end of the day, maybe I've talked too much, but does it mean that writing a proposal to win is difficult? To me, it's not difficult. It depends on how you look at it. So I will say no, it's not difficult, only if you focus on the real problem at stake and you are trying to answer what, why, and when. No, also, it's not difficult if you do not write too many pages, but your writing is concise and precise. That should be no problem. Now, some review comments. I will not have time to go through them, but you may have a few minutes. One of them is the author's hypothesis and objectives are not always clearly documented and supported. Once you get this, if you are lucky, you will get a revision. If you are not lucky, and there are many of them, you are out. Now, this is another comment. The proposal as written takes up far too much of the permitted word count in telling us. You get it? So here, about the topic, rather than what? Explaining in details. Remember, I told you what, how, and why. Now, of the actual work to be carried out. As it stands, the proposal comes across a compelling introduction to the topic, but it lacks what? Any development of exactly what is going to be done. You see, you have not been able to tell them that you know the problem and you have the answer. You are just winding here and there, thinking that we are great, but actually we are not great. So that is it. So this is another example. No clear question. Much too broad set of concepts or whatever. So if you have time, you just go through and see. So once you start getting all these comments, I regret to say that it might be very difficult for you to scale through. So this is why it is very important that you know the in and out of writing a good proposal for you to win and not to waste your time. Now, again here, winning a research grant could be difficult for us if we write too much on cost, because sometimes we think that the money is more important. Get the money first, everything will fall in place. In the first place, your intention is not really, professional, and you are not focusing on realities. Example, you are more interested in how your proposal appears. Oh, it looks very nice or whatever. You are sacrificing appearance over research problem, the problem and the solution. So these are some of the things. Now, we are also saying that it could be difficult for you if you write poorly. If your proposal you write poorly, then it will be difficult for you, because it doesn't tell us much about the title, the abstract, and whatever. You will end up blaming reviewers for rejecting your work if we are not objective. So these are some of the things. Now, here, writing too many pages instead of precise and concise, I've just said it, that will not help us. Therefore, target what matters to the what? Sponsors. That means that target their interest and plan of how much you are going to spend is very important to avoid disappointment. And if possible, read carefully about the grant. I'm repeating again, and the sponsor. Can you imagine you are bidding and you don't even know, you never go to their website, you don't know even what you are doing? How can you impress them? Otherwise, you will not be able to impress them. Now, sponsors can detect where we are only interested in money. They have the vast experience. So if you are money oriented and we are going for the money, I think it's a disservice and it's not honorable at all. We are going in because we feel that we want to solve a problem. For us, our self-actualization is to solve a problem for the benefit of humanity and everyone. Therefore, let us avoid this kind of attitude. Now, a solid plan. It's just like any situation. You go for any game, you have a solid plan. You must have the game plan, like I just pointed out. And then application must be, it's very, very, unfortunate that you read certain research grants, misspellings, simple mistakes and whatever. It doesn't speak well at all. And how sloppy. If you continue to do this, then what is the credibility of the proposal? The content is doubtful. So let us be careful about this. And application must arrive in time, not on time, in time. Few days will be better, so that if anything at all, if you want to make changes, you can even make changes. So these are some of the things, unless it's not allowed. And try to follow up. Sometimes the sponsors will follow up on you. You also have the right to follow up, unless it's something that is at a regional level, is close. But if it's at interpersonal or it's at a, what do you call it, a program officer and you, why not? You follow up, not that you are lobbying. But okay, do not be offended whenever you send a project and they keep coming back to you to ask you questions about your plan or all sorts of things about the proposal. Remember, they want to understand more. Maybe they are developing interest. Do not look at your title and say that, hey, I have been in the game for many years. Why are you asking me? Because they want to give you the money. They have to know. Maybe there are certain things that are not clear. Now, if you will be ready to write a winning research grant, then please be honest and be faithful to yourself and promise your deliverables. As much as you can, try to deliver them. At least if you cannot, there must be certain reasons why you fail in certain aspects. But if you are noted for taking money and you don't deliver, I think that is not good. And if you are making yourself like you are taking money in a form of fraud, remember that you could be charged. So these are some of the things that we need to understand. Now, what are the common criteria for selection? This will be last part of the talk. Here, it depends on how excellent your proposal is written. Not excellent per se, but the quality of the design. Very important, you have followed all the protocols, what I have just spoken about. And then here also, the quality of the evaluation, the quality can be conducted on the proposal is very important. And then here, have you identified the need of the project and do you have the solution or not? Now, the significance of the project is very important, the importance of the problem, and when it is settled, what will be the impact, which also cannot be, ignored. And you have a quality management plan. Your plan, can you really plan well? Are we really impressed that, yes, we are sure that what you're planning is there and it can be done? That would be great. And the services that you are producing, the quality of it, you claim that you want to solve the problem. Is it just a hanging, you solve half of it and then you cannot? Or even if, let's say, you have come out with the technology, and can we apply it and be useful, or it just go and break down somewhere? No. Now, the quality of your personnel, I have talked about them. I don't have to repeat this. And adequacy of resources. This is why you need an agency to support you, because not every funding body will give you all that you need. Definitely, you will not get all. So you need also have to top up. And then aspect of organizing your grants. Are you having all your grant organization properly? And then if you are preparing, do you have a structured type of writing? Have you followed the suggestions and the format? And can you pay attention to your language? And then have you justified according to the proposed project activities? And have you checked the accuracy of your budget figures and everything? They must be intact. Actually, there should be no room for so many mistakes because you have time to go through all this. And of course, your cost must be reasonable, and then the proofread must be there. Now, when you are submitting your proposal, ensure the proposal is ready before submission. And it's very important that you ensure all the forms, the signature. Don't make that mistake and not sign. If you don't sign, because it means that you have not declared. And any application that is not declared will never be even looked into. So let's be careful about it. This is the last part. We are talking about common mistakes. The common mistake is you just fail to apply to submit your work, whether through snail mail or through electronic, in an electronic medium or whatever. You just failed to do that. And then you did not really read the application in entirety for you to grasp the substance of the grant requirement, and you did not follow the guidelines. These are common mistakes that we shouldn't do. And sometimes you overpromise, but you are not going to deliver, because they will know that you just overpromise to create an impression that you can do, but you cannot do it. So these are some of the things don't do. Be reasonable, be very honest with yourself, and then you fail to plan your program thoroughly, and you didn't tell the whole story. Now, therefore, if you are writing your proposal, make it neat and presentable. And definitely it must be flawless. No one is perfect, but you have a group of researchers, a team or whatever, draft it, review it, edit it, and repeat again, and see whether you are okay or not. The causes of the rejection, in summary, will be the way you write, the way you present your work. It tells us that you lack passion. Actually, you are not much interested. You just want to get the grant and get fame or whatever, but you have not been able to show us that you say you know the problem, you have the solution, you are not passionate about it. So put in only facts and sources to support your claim in a very nice way. That will be very good. And then unfortunate part will be you presented so many information, but you have no case. You have no case because you have no problem. You have not been able to convince us that you can solve the problem. You have not been able to tell us that you have the solution. It's not very clear. It's blurry. Therefore, unfortunately, you cannot go through. And do not apply at all costs. Be realistic. If you are not eligible, you are not qualified, or you think that most of the requirements you cannot fulfill, better go and find another way. This is what we say around, square pegs in round holes kind of thing. We will have to avoid that. And then do not, here also example, let's say you are qualified scientifically, technically and whatever, but maybe you don't have even research coordinators. You need maybe 2 project managers, and you say you need 1. Maybe it's supposed to be 3, administrative assistant, you say 1. You see, it tells them that you cannot handle the situation and you really don't know what you are doing, but you still want to apply. So we can't do that. you fail to proofread your work. So it's very important to proofread your work again and again until everything is fine. And then you also fail to align your goals and your objectives. And if it looks good, then it will be something that is very important, that for it to look good, give it to someone who is not familiar, then let him check and see whether you are making that kind of right, whatever. So the last part that I can say is you just fail to understand the needs of the sponsors, and you couldn't demonstrate originality, reinventing the wheel. You just want to advance knowledge in for no reason, no, and you follow instructions. And then information overlay, too much of unnecessary information, and then budget demand was out of scope. And then you also did not just fill the required information, and then that's it. Now, assuming that your paper has been, your grant has been rejected, don't worry, read the reviews and any other feedback very objectively, and then if possible, speak to the funding organization or body, and then have a discussion and see, and stay thinking, and then revise your work. Even if they don't want it, maybe another opportunity will be open somewhere for you to go. So don't get dejected. Learn as much as possible. Sometimes you might not hit, but the experience that you will gain will be it will be valuable. So do not be downhearted. And then remember also, most grants do not get funded first time. Some of us have gone through first time, we never got it. You try 1 or 2 times, you get it, depending on how you have been able to learn quickly and then do your whatever. So those are some of the things that I think I will be able to share with you. Now, to conclude, all that I will say, let me summarize point by point. Your work must be free of jargons, have an overall impression, and then if possible, it must be neatly presented and must be consistent and complete. If possible, have a logical sequence of your presentation, convey the sense of urgency to let them understand the problem is pressing and the solution is with you. And it's very realistic that you can achieve that. Have some sort of originality and creativity in your work so that the project is new and is innovative, designed to what we call it, eliminate or treat what existing problems. So that is very important, and let them understand that it will complement other activities. It's like you are also adding to knowledge, you are also adding to society. And then appropriateness here means that you have met the funder's mission and you meet the current funding priority or programs, and you are within the established, what we call it, a requirement for you to get that kind of work going on. And then also your problem is relevant and you are listing one of the objectives and activities, relate them, and then provision of your total fund is all right. And then of course you have given enough background to describe what you are applying for and the statement of your mission, and then accurate application program and activities. So at the end of the day, what I can say here is stress on the pressing need, the pressing need, the pressing need. And then your motivation in terms of your objectives must be very clear to everyone, and then let them understand that it is feasible and it is timely, and you know exactly what you do and how it's going to benefit society. Once you can do this, I believe that you are heading for a winning proposal. So for me to just stop, thank you very much, and then I appreciate you. So what I can say is, if you follow the norms of writing a research grant, you are likely to run the research proposal. Thank you very much, Dr. Mutoka, for your kind attention. So it is possible to win a research grant with a proposal that promises implementation to solutions that will solve the problem of stakeholders. Thank you very much for your kind audience.
Thank you, Prof. And to the attendees, thank you also for following through. Yeah. We'll go straight away into question and answer session. So if you have a question you want to ask, you can raise up your hand, then you'll be allowed to talk. So for now on the list, we have Adamu Abubakar Omar. So please, you're allowed to talk now. You may ask your question.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on. We can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. Adam Abakar Umar from University of Science, Malaysia. My question here, Prof, based on the information you give, they are quite interesting. But for us as young researchers, we feel is it possible for us to win a grant considering such kind of information you have been mentioning? And if possible, what advice can you give us to have a successful grant? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for the question. Yes, for the early careers, it's always going to be a challenge. If you don't mind, what is your stage in the academia before I'm able to give some information? What is your stage?
Currently, I'm a third year PhD student.
Yes, I think as a PhD student, one of the feasible ways could be that the way you relate to your supervisors and how involving you are with some of their projects for you to gain some experience. But in some universities, we have a research program where you and your supervisor can apply for a grant within the university, but the grant is for you. So you can use that platform. They are just there to support you to win that grant. Then you can use that platform to also learn. Now, the other aspect will be as you move on with the ladder, you need to identify your mentors. Because some of the grants, we know you are early career, a worker, you might not achieve most of the things that I have pointed out, but the thing is, you might have mentors that will be able to guarantee for you. So in certain research project, they will tell you to specify your mentors, like I just said. So in that case, you will be able to do so. Now, the other aspect could also be with how you collaborate with others. The fact that you are a PhD candidate does not mean that you cannot collaborate with other agencies, because it's not only about your degree. So there are so many ways, but for the time being, I think the most practical thing would be to have mentors that will introduce you to opportunities and start to build you up. So for me, I think that is the simplest way that I can think of. But there are other means that I think at the moment, I'm not sure, even when you are working with a university or you are just 100% student, that would be a different thing. And of course, if possible, if you are not working and you are landing on a job that might be difficult, you go for postdoctoral fellowship, or that is the time that you can explore a lot and you can do a lot of independent research, and it will also build you up. So there are so many ways, but I think I'll just give you one or two for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Now we have Safiano Hashim. Safiano Hashim Abubakar. You can talk. Safiano Hashim. Okay, then I'll move to Rakasim.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Muntaka, and also thank you very much, Prof, for always pouring, this kind of useful information. We are grateful. I have a few questions to ask.
Sure.
The first one is, grant providers and then the researchers, who are supposed to really set the research agenda, because from your presentation, it seems the focus of the researcher should be on the interest of the grant provider. So if that is so, and if that is what we really should be focusing on, then who really sets the research agenda, and in which way will really benefit society the most? That's my first question. My second question is, sometimes you are, if you are planning for a project, and as a young researcher, the only experience is with my PhD work. So you realize that in budgeting for the activities and programs that you are going to do, you sometimes will not remember some of the things that you need to do, or you can't even think of them at the time of planning. But when you hit the field, that is when you realize that some of the things will now come to bear and you have to take care of it. So in that instance, how do you then take care of that extra cost? For example, during my research, I know I was going to sample patients from the hospital, and all I thought of was their compensation and just go and select them. But when I got there, I realized I had to get even the volunteers over there to assist me in recruiting the patients because they were not at the hospital as I expected. And I had to buy some airtime for them to help, call them for them to come. So these are situations probably at the time of planning, you really cannot think about it, especially if you are inexperienced or you don't have much experience. How do you take care of it when you get there as far as your budget is concerned? And then my last question, and then the third one, is it possible for grant providers not to be fair? I mean, not to be objective. That is to say, are some grant providers not really following meritocracy? As you know, Africa, there's a lot of corruption happening here among grant funders, I mean, international and even local grant funders. As with your experience, do you think sometimes they also can be unfair in giving grants? Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Prof.
Right. Thank you very much. I will try my best. If I forget, you remind me, then we can trash it out. Maybe I'll start from number 3. Personally speaking, what I can say is, you see, in any human society, we have human frailty. That is one. But from my experience, to be very honest with you, objectivity in project, what do you call it, granting, I think is higher. If you ask me, of course, once a while you have some personal sentiment or whatever, but generally, they maintain the meritocracy. Okay. I mean, I give you my personal example. I mean, let's say I am here in this country, and once a while I will get a local companies, I will get even students to recommend me for a research grant. But why not giving it to, let's say, locals? And now when you go there and you bid also, they don't look at your color or whatever, but they give you the project because they know you can do it and you are the right person. So I think in the academia, the spirit is professionalism. So all things being equal, for me, in my experience so far, I haven't encountered that negative aspect that is very glaring. So in that aspect, I think that for me, I think it should be generally accepted that professionalism comes in. But if you find yourself in an environment where people are corrupt and then the tribalism or other sentiment come in, that is very unfortunate. That is number 1. Now, for setting the agenda, I think if I am going to fund your research, and imagine I am having a problem, and I come to you or I open it up and I say, I'm looking for people to solve this problem. Now, if you come in and you tell me that I can solve your problem, but I think that the way you are looking at the problem, I can even solve it in a better way that you never anticipated, and then it can be better. In fact, these are the kind of projects that can be readily funded. So the fact that, let's say, example, they have already set the pace, does not mean that if you come out with certain ideas that will make their work better. In fact, when we go for project negotiations and whatever, sometimes I think our director is here. She will be one of the, I mean, most qualified, a professional to talk about it. Sometimes we go there and they will tell us, we want this, but we sit down with them and see, you see, we are in the field. If we go this way, you might get it, but you might not get it very well. So there can be that kind of negotiation. That is why, remember, in some of the projects, you will have to go and do oral presentation. You have to do what you call proof of concept. So there could be that kind of trade-off. It's not like master and server kind of negotiation. And if it is a public, kind of research funds, even you have committee levels where you are going and then you will be presenting and whatever. But you also have to understand that at the public level, they have also consulted experts and they have designed the programs. So behind the scene, actually, there are professors, there are professionals who have been consulted and they have designed it. It's not like they are in the ministry and they just sat down, or in the agency, they out of the blue. No. So it depends on the way we look at it, but generally, there will be a trade-off. That does not mean like everything is 100%. Now, the third part is where you, the second question is where you went to the field and then you didn't anticipate or whatever. This happens, but it depends on how quick you are to, juggle your way through. But starting from the fundamentals, what I can say here is, you see, this is why when you are doing your PhD program, your research team is very, very important. You don't just pick anyone to be in your committee without having to know what is the experience, what is the level of knowledge, what can they contribute to your work. You get what I'm saying? So if you have a research team that are specialists in these kind of areas, the example that you are giving me, they should have anticipated that and guide you. So it's not like you are going just like that. Of course, once a while, things that are out of the blue will happen. But for me, if you can count on your supervisory committee, they should have been able to anticipate this. Now, like you are saying also, if you are writing a research paper, how would you know that because you are limited with knowledge, you don't know that you should add on this? This is why sometimes, you see, most PhD students, when they do PhD, they only think of their research work. They don't want to do extra work to help the supervisors. Maybe your supervisor is involved in consultancies, is involved in big projects, and they ask you to come and let us write research proposal, send reports, and this. You see, when you learn these kind of templates and whatever, the way it is done, you will be able to know some of these things. I take myself as an example. When I was at the master's level, my supervisor involved me in writing proposal. He gave me the template, and then he will be coaching me. Okay, you write this, you do this, you do this. Slow by slow, we were moving on. So by the time I finished and came to my postdoc, I knew a lot about grant bidding. So sometimes it's not about your PhD, it's how rounded you are. And it is up to you to be also upfront, not too aggressive, but learn as much as possible outside the scope of your work. And I'm not sure when you were going for your sampling, don't you have any person with medical background in your research project, or you didn't consult people for this kind of advice? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, thank you. The next in line, no name, LG Stylo 5. LG Stylo 5. If not there, we have Mustafa Bala, Brother Mustafa Bala. Brother Mustafa Bala, you are there? If not, we have Muhyiddin. Brother Muhyiddin.
Dr. Muntaka, sometimes maybe you may have to instruct them or guide them to unmute. You have to first click unmute first before you can talk.
Okay, I'm Muhyiddin Balogun from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. First of all, I followed it all through, and I want to actually ask a particular question that got my attention. The question is, you mentioned about cover letter while sending your proposal content. And I was wondering, the cover letter, should it be an attachment among the document to be sent to the funder, or you will put the cover letter as the content of the mail you are sending? I want to actually get how that should be formalized, or the format of that.
Okay, for the cover letter, it must be a separate entity. If you have your university letterhead, you need to write it like an official letter, and you enclose it. And that should be the first thing that, if it's through snail mail or whatever, that should be the first thing that the funders should read. So it must be a standalone type of letter, like what I just said in the content, and then you include it. It must not be inside the text. It must be on your, what we call it, official letterhead. Thank you very much.
So it should be an attachment to the content as well, because you said it should be the first thing. So, for instance, when you are attaching documents, the cover letter might not be the first thing that will appear as what you have attached sometimes.
No, it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, if let's say example, if a snail mail, of course, that will be the first one. But if you attach it electronically or whatever, you don't have to worry. When they download, they know what they will read. So that shouldn't be a problem at all.
Okay. I understand perfectly now. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
Dr. Mutaka,
Mustafa?
Dr. Mutaka,
Yes, please.
you don't mind if we acknowledge our director in case she has something to
Okay,
add on?
sure.
Yes,
Sure.
I think she's online.
Okay, Professor Dr. Datin. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, assalamu alaikum and good evening or afternoon over there. I'm Mustafa I'm speaking from China. Well, somehow my questions were asked and then somehow answered by the presented. But concerning this research grant application issue, Prof, from your experience, is it more of lobbying and political thing or more of merit? Why I'm asking this question is actually from what you have explained so far, it seems that there is element of politics in it. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. There is element of politics, especially making reference maybe to a mentor or maybe somebody that has been experienced in the field, and then maybe you attach to him as a mentee, something like that. So from your experience concerning this thing, is it more of real scientific professional thing, or is more of lobbying and political issue? And then the issue of this starter, a young maybe researcher who has just graduated, which is PhD, and then maybe has never embarked on any kind of research and he has never won anything like that. Can he apply, or he must be under the tutelage of somebody before he comes to apply? Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much. I will start with your second question. I think we are missing. Hello?
Yeah, if Datin want to add something, she can do so. Okay.
Okay, why not we give her the platform if she wants to make a comment before I answer the questions?
Yeah, I think she is still muted. Maybe Datin can unmute.
All right. Whilst waiting for her, going to your second question, I think don't let us miss this point. For PhD, if you are a student, does not mean that generally not every student has never worked before. Some students are even were lecturers before they started pursuing their further studies. So in that aspect, they might have certain experience already. So those are the ones that we don't want to talk about now. But if you are fresh, you see what we are trying to say here is if you are fresh along your journey, you have learned something. You get it? Unless you are not well exposed to the, what they call it, the academia in a way that you concentrated only on your PhD work and you were not involved in any kind of research activities. In that case, if you are that person, then it is going to be a little bit difficult because you have not achieved much. And remember, there are a number of grants that also target young scientists, and they can specify the age and your level. You get it? So even sometimes it can be a postdoctoral fellowship just to expose you. For instance, when I was a student, I had opportunity to join the Young Scientist meeting every 2 years in the UK. They sponsor me and everything. What do? The pool of professors with their research grant, every 2 years, they will be holding on some meetings just to coach and train the upcoming ones. So through that, I was able to learn. So this one was my own initiative, not from my supervisors or whatever. Another example is, let's say during your PhD, if let's say you have the opportunity, join other research teams and then see what you can do. But the viable option could be, if all these things you are not, I'm repeating again, the next ground for you will be your postdoctoral fellowship. Because for the postdoctoral fellowship also, they have certain criteria that they use just for you to come up. So postdoctoral fellowship, what does it mean? During your PhD, you did guided research. Now you are the postdoc. This is the time you open your frontiers. So for me, I see that opportunity also as to build you. But as a fresher, whether you like it or not, you still have to team up with those who are in the area to let you come out. It's just like a baby. You cannot simply stand up and then start running when you have not learned how to crawl. So those are the realities of life. Some of us also started empty-handed. So it will come with time, but you need to have that kind of edge of urgency for you to work your way through. And don't be too zero in your PhD program. Example, I give somebody like the chair who is here now. When he was doing his PhD, or he was already working. He was already establishing his tentacles. So by the time he finished, he becomes somebody, and he is here chairing the program. Sorry, I have exposed you a little bit. But the other aspect would be the politicking part. I don't want to say there is too much of politicking and lobbying or whatever. It will be there, depending on the nature of the grant or whatever. But for me, from my personal experience, I have never involved myself in politicking to get any research grants. I have never involved myself in lobbying for any research grant. I just give an example. Yesterday and 2 days ago, I had a phone call. With due respect, I'm not trying to, massage my, what do you call it, credentials here or not. I had 2 phone calls. One is talking about, read some of our papers dealing with biochar, and they happen to have a plant that they are just coming out with biochar, and they want to study more and get some credible data. And they contacted me and said that if I can collaborate, they are prepared to give the means. And there's another company who bought a certain product. They couldn't use the product, and they feel that it can be used in agriculture. So we are negotiating. If you want us to use it, we also need money to do the research. So I don't see politics here. Sometimes when you are really good in your field, you are known, people come to you. So there could be human frailty in certain politicking going on, yes. And there could be lobbying going on, yes. But what I can tell you is, in the spirit of the academia, in the spirit of professionalism, we try as much as possible to minimize this. Of course, in every community, there will be a black sheep. So that is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay. Brother Abdul Hamid.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Prof, for this educative and wonderful presentation. Personally, I want to introduce myself better so that you can understand my plight. I'm a senior lecturer with Ahmed Bello University, but have never been involved in any grant writing or proposal. I've been following your work since before the since during the COVID. I attended 2 or 3 of your presentations. I'm really improving myself. So what I want is to make a request. Is it possible for you to refer me to somebody who will now, my area of study is development studies. So I'm into community development aspect. So is it possible for you to refer me to somebody who will mentor me into this issue of project, grant writing and the rest of it? Secondly, again, I've been in the university for more than 15, 20 years as a lecturer, almost getting to 20 years. There is a lot of politicking. There's a lot of politicking in most Nigerian universities, if not all. So issues of grants and the rest of them are not very well opened up till when you are close to somebody who is also close to where those grant sources are coming. I know there are open ones, but then unfortunately, if you don't have the mentorship, you cannot be able to succeed. So I don't know how you can go about seeing, even if it means adding me up with your chairman so that he can, chairman of the occasion, so that he can be my mentor. I don't mind. I'll be an obedient mentee for him. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Brother Abdulhamid, it's unfortunate your situation is really eclipsing. My understanding is it's really unfortunate that it's like you are in a den of mafias. Sorry to use the word. That shouldn't be the case, to be very honest with you. Yes, we have this kind of situation where it's a no-go zone. They maintain territorial integrity, or they don't want anybody to come in. But for me, I'm sorry to say, if what you are telling me is the truth, then there is an ethical things going on, which should not be entertained in the academia. Because remember, the research fund, if it's for public, remember, is the taxpayers' money, and you are also paying tax. So you must have equal access to that money. You got what I'm saying? So if people have created that kind of shield, it's unfortunate for 20 years or so, you never written a research proposal or research grant. That is very, very unfortunate. How do you publish? How do you get promoted? How do you train your student? What will reflect in the quality of the university? And I know Ahmed Bello University is one of the best in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So it's really unfortunate, brother. If there is politics in it, that one I can't say much. The only way, one of the feasible ways, is just what you are suggesting. This is a time you have to look beyond Ahmed Bello University or beyond your country and try to foster relationships. So for the time being, we will talk offline regarding this. I can't promise anything, but let us keep talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Prof.
Sorry, the panelists, please, I just want to add just few things to, from what Prof said now regarding Ahmadu Bello University. Prof, I will just add more emphasis. Ahmadu Bello University remain one of the good university in Nigeria. So this issue is not specifically on Ahmadu Bello University, but rather from the, as you said, the government or any the government related organizations. This is where the politics specifically come from, not from the university specifically. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for the correction. Wherever, I'm very grateful for the correction. Wherever it comes from is unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Rosaba Abdul Wakil, if you are there.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, please. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Prof, we really appreciate your sharing, and we hope that you continue to get higher and higher. So basically, I'm a PhD student at UPM, and Prof mentioned something about the importance of your publications after your PhD program. That it is only then you are recognized to be able to do a project on your own, as in you can stand alone. But what if in a situation whereby you are a PhD student and you have published virtually all your data from your PhD? So does it mean that your previous publications may not be reckoned with in trying to secure grants going forward?
Oh, thank you very much. That's a good question. Sorry, let me clarify myself. I'm saying in certain situations, it's not a general norm.
Okay.
It's not a general norm. I, for one, I remember, yes, when after my postdoc and I started lecturing, I used some of my papers during my PhD work, and nobody questioned them. But sometimes when it becomes very competitive, and certain organizations are very picky or whatever, they will set their own standards. I'm not saying it's the general norm. Once a while, you might be facing this. Just like in some universities, which I cannot mention their names. I have evaluated their promotions, a requirement. Let's say if you are from a lecturer to a senior lecturer, you have declared certain publications. So let's say after you got promoted and you want to move from senior lecturer to associate professor, they will ask you to drop all the publication that you used to gain promotion from lecturer to senior lecturer. You get it? So that means that when you started a senior lecturer to associate professor, they will only count those papers. So that one also, after you finish, you are going for professor, you will drop the rest. So these are certain specifics, but that is not the norm. Thank you very much,
Prof.
Okay, Bro Ali Al-Haji Rabiu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much, Prof. and Doctor, for this wonderful session. We have really got injected, and alhamdulillah, jazakumullahu khairan. I have some few issues to raise. Maybe Prof can comment on them. And they are mostly dealing with this ethical conduct in research and the likes. Number one, the sponsors or funders in grant research, usually they have what they want to achieve, as Prof has highlighted earlier. So now, how could one handle the issue of conflict of interest when it comes that the outcome of the research conducted clashes with the funder's interest or expected outcome? This is number one. Number two, looking at trying to get the research grant, sometimes one, for the young researchers especially, you need some high-profile academic mentors to be part of the research, for example, as principal researchers. Now, how ethical it is that such a high-profile principal researcher did not actively participate in the research, and it appears to be so just for the team to win the grant. How ethical is that? And finally, we have seen some comments bordering the issue of mentorship, this and that. I will request humbly that Prof will share some tips on how to improve the sustainable plan of mentorship in academia, especially in Africa. I am from Gombe State University here in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. I think I may forget some of the questions, but you may come back. For the issue of mentorship and sustainable, relationship or whatever, if I got you clearly, yes. I think it's more to interpersonal, and it depends more on your conviction and the way you value human relation and your willingness. I'm talking about the mentor, the willingness of the mentor to dish out everything to bring you up, because you are not competitors, you are just partners. Yes, so in that aspect, if the person is really God-fearing, and then the person really is out just to help you to come out for the sake of maybe humanity or for the sake of, your development and everyone to benefit, you are seeing the talent in you, I think that is where it's going to be very sustainable. I'm sorry, I'm going to use myself. And I will use it, I can use it in any ground, right from my home country until here. But because I'm here, let me give the appreciation to this country. For instance, when I came here, I met some supervisors. And to be very honest with you, they took good care of me, and they gave me the platform for me to perform. And to be very honest with you, until today, I have never seen element of hypocrisy or wanting them to use me for anything. You get what I'm saying? My supervisor never became a professor, but he's still very proud of me anywhere. Number two, when I started working, there was one professor who gave me almost every platform for me to perform. because he was looking at it from the what? From the point of view of dealing with a human being who will want to contribute to society. Until today, we are together. I have never seen any kind of pretentiousness there. So this comes down to interpersonal basis. So for me, if I want to be your mentor, you want to be my mentee or whatever, the line must be drawn where mutual respect must be there, the clarity must be there. We are here, we want to go to this point. If we cannot coexist, let it be, but we will be professional. So that is what I can say about that aspect. It's very difficult because it's very subjective.
Of course, of course.
Yes, but the other aspect of this ethical issue on the principal investigator serving as a shield to get a research grant, but he will not be doing anything and others will be doing. Of course, if that is the intention, then that is not really acceptable. But what I can say is we need to understand what is a research program. You see, a research program actually is there for somebody to coordinate based on experience. Not necessarily the person must go down and do everything. You get it? So that person is leveraging on his credibility in a way that if he get the pool of crack of what you call it, researchers behind, they will be able to do the work. At the same time, they will come up and it will be of national interest and it will be in the interest of society. I don't see any cheating here.
Okay.
You get it?
Yes, sir.
You see, one of the things of a professor or a renowned person in any organization is to move people, up the ladder. You get it? So now you have the connections and whatever. If your intention is good and you go get the research grant, not necessarily you have to do it. You can cascade it, but you have to coordinate. And of course, you can give advices. That's why we have program meetings and whatever to make sure that things are. So we look at the overall benefits than the microscopic aspect of it. You get it? So for me,
yes,
that is how I look at it. But to get fame and doing the work, nothing, that is not acceptable. So the other one that you talk about, let's say, the funding body has an interest and you are compelled to have the same interest. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, at the outcome of the research.
And the outcome? No, I'm sorry, it's a big no. That is not what we meant. They will give you just a picture of what they want, but you have the liberty to work it out, either to make it better. Okay, now if let's say they want you to solve this problem and you found the contrary, there is nothing wrong. You tell them you have found the contrary and these are the evidences. So it's up to you to accept or else. You get it? Or unless they want to check your methodology, scrutiny, everything is okay. It could be due to that. Maybe what they are thinking and what you thought initially were not. You are still contributing to knowledge. So not necessarily you will get 100% results. Well, if you do that, then your credibility is at stake.
That's true. That's true.
Am I right?
Thank you. Yeah, very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. The next in line is Advocate Bon. However, let's allow one of our sisters to come on board. Mariam Salauddin, if you're available.
Can you hear me? I'm available.
Yes, please.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Ahmed, for this wonderful presentation. I'm actually a very, very, very young faculty. I'm doing my master's, rounding up. I'm also a lecturer, so this presentation is quite timely. I don't know, I have a request. Prof, are you there?
Yes, I'm around, please.
Okay, I don't know if you can make one of your proposals available for us, one of the proposals you wrote and which earned you a grant. I think it will go a long way to put all this that you've taught us into practice. You know, when you see something, you learn and then it becomes a part of you. It's just a request and I'll be glad if you can grant it. Thank you. And then this issue of lobbying, it will be good if you can really touch on it. I'm also a lecturer in Ahmadu Bello University, and unfortunately, so much nepotism and red tape around grant award, grantsmanship, and everything that surrounds grants in not just ABU, I think in the whole of the country. We're in a big mess. We just pray, we keep praying that we'll get out of it someday. But share this proposal, that's one. And secondly, pray for us, because I don't know, no amount of training and knowledge can bring us out of this shit. I just think it's prayer that can do it for us. I'll be glad if you can share the proposal. Thank you, Jazakallah khair,
Okay,
for
thank
this
you, Aja
presentation.
Mariam.
Sister, I like your input.
All right. Thank you very much. I sorry again to hear this. I could feel your pain and disappointment, and it's normal as a human being. Maybe you are burning, you have the passion to do something else, but there are stumbling blocks here and there. Maybe God will ease your way. First, yes, I agree with you. Normally, when we do research grant kind of talk or whatever, it's in a form of workshop. You see, normally it will be a form of workshop, and then we will have the template. In fact, you can even write your own, and we will be going through and helping you to improve again and again. And this thing will not take 1 or 2 or 3 days. You get it? So this one is just to give you the heads up, or just to remind some of you. So that is why I'm unable to share all these my examples or whatever. And some of the proposals also, they are confidential in terms of the templates. You see, so I wouldn't come online to share some of the details. And there could be special way of evaluating. So that one will be when we are talking about maybe like workshop or whatever. But if you just need a general type of proposal that has won an award, a grant, definitely we will help you with that. And you can also write your own, and we see how we help you, even how we collaborate or whatever, if it's possible. So like our director just said, we are open. If some of you are interested and you want to join us, and then maybe there are certain sponsorship, why not? We welcome international students, international researchers. Our university is very open. We want people who can produce and then who can do work, and then we can all benefit together. But I'm not promising that we are going to sponsor whatever. It depends on the situation. So perhaps that's what we can do. So sorry if you don't see a sample of the proposal. Today is not the right forum to do so. So I hope, my sister, you understand, and then still take it easy. For the lobbying part, what you are saying is an endemic kind of thing, and it's becoming a canker. So it will be difficult for me to say anything, but for me, all that I can say is lobbying can be negative or positive depending on the way, but if it's entrenched just to antagonize others or for personal gain or whatever, or for just for people to be on top of others, then that is very unfortunate. So I wouldn't go much into this because it can be quite sensitive, but I think it's disappointing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I look forward to seeing you in UPM.
Okay, thank you. Okay, perhaps when we are sending the slide, a general template could be added, Prof.
Yeah.
Just generic one. Okay, sure. Okay, thank you. Now we go to Bro Ado. Please, you can unmute yourself. Ado is there? If not, you go to stop. Okay, Ado, you are on. Ado? Okay. Dr. Ahmed Ali, please, if you are there, unmute yourself. Dr. Ahmed? Yes. Okay. If not there, Roy Ibrahim Abubakar Sadiq. Unmute yourself. Okay, please.
Hello, sir. Are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Yes, my question here is just to just make a word of thanks to this very well presentation. You have given us a courageous and hopes. May Allah bless and reward you abundantly. Thank you, Prof. I'm Ibrahim Abubakar Sadiq from Department of Statistics, Ahmadu Bello University area, but currently now in India. May God bless you. Thank you all.
God bless you too. I mean.
Okay, thank you. Bro Enoch.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you, Prof, for the elaborate and resourceful presentation. Very grateful to take part in this conference. I'm Enoch Otto. I'm a lecturer in University of Jos, an old man per se, because I started education late, I'm 57. I finished my PhD 4 years ago, and I've been applying for postdoc. But most of the times, the request I send, they keep saying that I'm old, that at 50 something, that they will not have a space for me. That's one of my, so is there any way or how can one break that kind of jinx? Secondly, sir, I joined a faculty where I think that from my experience, I joined the faculty 2014, and up to now, I have not seen any of my senior involved in any research or working on any grant. I've attended seminars and workshops on research grant writing. I try to put myself up to write, but most of the time, like these other people I've just mentioned, issue of mentorship or what experience is coming up, and I don't know how one can break away from that. So these are things I like, if there's a way Prof can guide us, for those of us who are old and who are new in academics, and we don't know how to go about it to break the jinx. I'm actually a lecturer 1 now, because I joined as lecturer 2, 2014. Those are my little comments. And I requested for the paper, and I'm happy that people say you send it to us, and maybe a template of a research grant proposal. So I'll be glad to have, and if there's a way, I can have a contact with Prof, so that maybe from time to time we can communicate outside this forum. I'll be glad to. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, for postdoc, you are right. Postdoc at certain age, you might not be qualified. And even postdoc after maybe 3 years, you will not be qualified to be a postdoctoral fellow. And you don't do postdoctoral fellowship for more than 2 or 3 years. Normally, maximum 3 years, you need to find your way, because that is not a permanent thing. Now, the other way is, if you don't go for postdoc, you go for research fellowship. Research fellowship normally is beyond postdoc. It's still, let's say, example, people who are in the academia with some experience and they have some research orientation. The position could be equivalent to a lecturer, a senior lecturer. It can be associate professor, the equivalent, or even professor. So that is another way. So I think that, of course, the requirement will be higher. But if you insist on going for postdoc, you might be getting disappointment because of your age, and then you already exceeded 4 years. So I don't think anybody is going to take you for postdoc. That is one aspect. Now, the other thing, and then I think the other thing too is, you see, your research issue is really perplexing me. You see, I can see that it's a very big problem. Now, definitely, when you are in an area where others are not doing research and they are supposed to mentor you, what are you going to learn? And how are they going to open the doors for you when they themselves cannot open the door for themselves? So for me, you need to look outward from what most of you are saying. Perhaps, excuse me, you have to go international. I think that would be the way, because my impression it's more or less like it's getting like it's within the country. I'm not sure, but whether it's within the country or not, these are some of the things. Now you are in this forum, you have known something and you have known somebody. Maybe another time you get to know somebody. Somebody can connect you to somebody. So here, And then of course, go online and look at who is who in your area. Look at who is who in your area, what are the kind of fundings, what are the kind of researches that they are doing, and then you start writing, circulating. I think one day something will click. Every day or every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we get emails. People come, we are from here, this is my CV, and once a while you might click. So these are some of the things that you should engage in. Think outside. If the inside is made up or is putting you down. But the unfortunate thing is, if you get it done and then you have the research grant, do you really have the means to conduct the research? That's another issue. So those are the things, but you have to look outward now, not inward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The next in line, Richard. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Please, am I being heard?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed the presentation by Prof. It's a good opportunity. I'm from Ghana. I had my graduation just last year, about 2 months ago, the PhD in development economics. And prior to that, I started working in the country's National Development Planning Commission. So that's where I am now for the past 1.5 years. And when Prof was presenting on the concept paper, I could actually situate myself in that because that's what they have been doing. So, but very lucky for me, it appears that there are some items that Prof has mentioned that is not always captured in the concept note that I have seen the commission always prepare. So that will at least help me bring something on board at where I am now. But my bit issue here is if Prof can also help, since I'm going to, bringing other issues on board to improve upon the concept that has been prepared at the commission for some time now. Is there an ideal number of pages so that I don't actually overblow it? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. The concept paper, I'm not sure where are you sending the concept paper to. Sometimes they will tell you this section not more than this page, this section not more than this. So I'm not sure whether it's a general concept paper or you have a specific sponsor or a target that you are sending the concept paper to, and what are the instructions?
Okay, often, if I'm becoming, often what they do is a target corporation or foundation or government itself, because that is the National Planning Commission of the country. So it's able to leverage on government resources and development partners like World Bank and ILO and co. So it's a specific project program they want to carry out, and they write about 2.5, 3-page concept paper to that institution and request for funding.
Yes, I think concept paper, it should be short. 10 pages is too long already.
No, I mean, maximum 2 to 3 pages. That's what they have been doing over.
2 to 3 pages, I'm not very sure, but at least I think if it's less than 10 pages, I think it should be okay, because certain parts, maybe you need to add certain picture document. I think it's okay. So long as it's not voluminous and I think the content is there, 3 to 4 pages is okay. It depends on what you want, but I think I've ever written a concept paper that is even around 10 pages. So the idea is they just want to see what you are going to do. So I don't think that 3 to 4 pages is bad. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But make sure the 3 to 4 pages, you don't lose anything out.
Okay.
And then if you don't mind, maybe, I'm not sure, we don't count your CVs and whatever attachment as the number of pages. The content, we are talking about the intellectual content only. The rest can be added, and it can be more than 10 pages or 20 pages. Those are just attached documents. That is fine.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And very chat. Abdurrahim Giwa, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ahmed Aruna, for a very wonderful presentation. This is about the 7th workshop I'll be attending on how to win grants for conferences, how to win grants generally. I just want to add some few things anyway. I've learned some few things from you, and I'm very glad about that. But let me inform you that actually what Abdulhamid Abdullah said, which was amplified by Miriam Salahuddin, is a very pathetic situation, but it is not as
Dr.
bad.
Mutaka, I think I cannot hear. I can hear, but the words are not very clear. Can you?
Okay, fine. So let me be
Dr.
more
Mutaka?
evident. No, is Gio on the line?
Yeah, can you amplify your voice a bit?
Not the amplification.
Right.
I think it's too
Like
blurry.
a
I cannot hear. I cannot get the language very well.
A bit of a bass.
Okay.
The
So
bass is too much.
The bass is too much. Okay, let me disconnect the headphone.
Maybe. Okay, is it clearer now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
It's better now. Thank you very much. So what I was saying at the video is that as Abdul Hamid Abdullahi has presented the situation in Nigeria, which has been amplified by Miriam Salahuddin, the case is really bad, but not as bad as it has been presented. Over the years, I have won 6 grants, including the World Bank grant given to African University of Science and Technology. I was part of the team that won that grant. And 6 grants from Ahmadu Bello University. And then I was a very young lecturer. I didn't know anybody. All I did was just to make my presentation and then make my submission. At the end of the day, there are normally 3 categories, and I always win the highest category. So maybe Abdullah Hamid can see me. I'm in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering at Ahmadu Bello University's area. So we can start the mentee and mentorship from there before coming to you, the gurus. So subsequently now, we have the TED Fund grants. Again, actually that one is a very fine one, and people are winning it. Over the years, we've had about 10, 15, 20 people winning these same grants from Ahmadu Bello University's area. And then also we have Raw Materials Research Development Council. I made a proposal there, and we're getting almost about $300,000. Okay. And then as of yesterday, I had a meeting with the Minister of Science and Technology in the company of my learned society, and the minister also unveiled a lot of opportunities that are available for researchers. And if you can check today's This Day newspaper in Nigeria, page 16, you will see our interaction there, where he also spoke about the intellectual property. So please, honestly, there are a lot of opportunities. Even when you talk of how to win grants, Ahmadu Bello University had organized like 3 workshops by inviting some 3 people from America, and then we also have representatives of the MIT in Ahmadu Bello University, and then we also have collaboration with them. If you want to travel there for more exposure, the form is available with the Directorate of Academic Planning. Honestly, a lot of opportunities are available when it comes to how to win grants. But it all depends on, 1, how good are you on the internet to be able to source for information? And then 2, who are the people that you are associating with? Are they the people that are always interested in grants also, and so on and so forth? I also have somebody in my own department that won another grant. Okay, please. So we can relate. I so much enjoyed this lecture, and I've gotten good news.
Please, I think we've got your message. Is it okay you cut it a little bit short? You've got the message so that others can, if you don't mind, sorry.
I need to go because from what I gathered from you, I did not put a covering letter. So, and I think that was why I missed that grant. Thank you very much. So grateful.
Yeah, thank you very much. At least we are happy that there is some positive information coming from them.
Honestly, it's not as bad as it's being presented.
Thank you. That's very good. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think for the covering letter, I am not saying it's a must, please. I didn't say it's a must that it must be there. I'm saying that
because I was just wondering why I missed the grants.
Sorry?
I said I was just wondering why I missed the grants.
Oh, I see. I don't. Covering letter alone might not lead to rejection of your work, but it might. If they are interested, they could have come back to you.
It's all right. Thank you very much.
But keep it up. I'm impressed with what you said.
Honestly, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Prof. Very grateful for your presentation.
Okay. All right. Muhyiddin Adewale. Muhyiddin Adiwale. Okay. If not, then we go to Bronuhu Abubakar. Bronuhu, please.
Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, please.
Thank you for your good presentation. We have learned a lot actually, Prof. But I'm just going to do it some of the issues I intended to raise. Others have already raised them, and Prof has made a lot of contribution on them. Now, I just want to add to what this Abdurrahim has said, Giwa. Actually, we here, we are just claiming that there are no these grants. Actually, there are, but we are not. Is the problem we have is that we are not maybe aware of how to assess them. But since he has mentioned, once we try to follow some of his suggestions, you are going to have, there are a lot of them in Nigeria. Then secondly, Prof, sorry, this one is, during the presentation, I had some network challenge. You mentioned the content of proposal, of how, why, and what, something like the key headings. I just want you to briefly explain the content, because we have some argument, we put our own, some will say this and that. I don't want to mention that. I just want to get your own concept or approach on what should briefly be contained within these headings. Thank you so much.
You mean the heading, the title, or you mean the content of the proposal?
No, the content of why, what should come under why, how, and what in the proposal.
Okay, I think it's very straightforward. Let's say example, you have gone through the literature, and then you have observed that there is a need to do a kind of research. You got what I'm saying? So if you find out that there is a need, you will have to explain why you think there is a need, definitely, with some supporting whatever. You get it? Now, if there is a need, you have established the why. Now we want to see, how are you going to do it to solve the problem? What are you going to do to solve the problem? That comes to what we call how. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, at the end of the day, the what aspect is the outcome. You see, now you have said that you know how to do this, you can solve the problem, then we know. And so what? What have you achieved? This is what I have achieved, this is what I have solved. So if you go just by the words, this is a simple example that I can use to show you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Okay, thank you. The next in line, Isaac Inketia. Isaac, you're allowed to talk now. Isaac?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's muted.
Oh, okay. Please.
Hello.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So my name is Ike from Ghana. I work with the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Consultancy of the University of Cape Coast as a research fellow. I'd want to say thank you to Prof for that insightful presentation. The lessons in there is worth taken. Yeah, but I was wondering if Prof can also highlight on the key elements that one has to capture when we are writing for letter of support, because I didn't hear of that when doing the presentation. So if Prof can highlight the key elements that one has to when letter of support is being written.
Okay. You mean the letter of support to support your application, or the cover letter? Which one are you referring to?
Yes, please.
Which one?
Yes, please. I'm talking about letter of support. You know, in grantmanship, sometimes they require that you even write letter of support. That is different from the
Okay.
cover letter.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That is what I want to establish. Of course, the letter of support. Normally, of course, after highlighting what you think there is a need for the research and whatever, you will have to, the support is not only based on your academic credentials. You get it? What you can have a letter, support in kind. Support in kind means that what are the facilities? What are the things that the university, your institution can write to say that if you are giving the grant, these are the things that we can do to support, or these are our capabilities, these are our strength and our competitive edge and whatever. So this project it in a way that they support that your work is good and you have a background information and they can support. So don't let it appear like you need the 100% grant from the grantors. You see, we just apply one international grant and we are about 3 universities. So each university had to write a support letter, but it was in a form. So they will ask you, what are the equipment? What are the staffing? How much can you contribute in kind? How much can you contribute in in physical terms? So these are the things that you need to write for them to see that, oh yes, even if we give this much, we feel that they are capable of doing the work. So I think that is the angle that you should go for. And that letter must be signed by a prominent person so that they know that whatever is in the letter is the truth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And what I can do another quick question.
Okay, yes, please. Very quick.
Yeah, very quick. Yeah. So, all right. So thanks for that. So, is it possible, per your experience, we applied for a grant and even the counterpart funding, ours was even higher than even what the funders were willing to even fund.
Mm-hmm.
In your view, what's your comment on something of this sort?
Oh, this is what we call matching grant. There's nothing wrong about that. I mean,
so should the matching grant from our side be higher than even the funders one? That we were more concerned about that.
Oh, I think sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's not. You see, when we say a funder, now it's become like it's a collaboration. So if yours is higher than them, I think it's part of the whole thing. Sometimes theirs will be higher than yours. So for me, I don't see it to be anything that you should be worried about, unless your end you cannot fund it and you are thinking that you want to come. But if you can fund it, and some of the research grant, they only give you in kind, In kind means that they just support you with certain things, facilities, or you come to their area, you do the research, they facilitate it. So that is another way of collaboration. So example, let's say I bid for a project, and then let's say the project is only $20,000. But this $20,000, if you count what my university will be providing me in terms of facilities and the support, it will be more than $20,000. You get it? But still, it's a recognition and you are going to solve a problem. So for me, if you have the funding, they are supporting you, I don't see why you should get worried. Because the general idea is they should give more, right? That's a general idea.
Sure. So that's
not really.
On contention that won't they also think that if you have this much, why are you even coming for our letter?
No. That is not the spirit of cooperation. That is why you're going to have the terms and conditions. You get it? Of course, there are certain funding bodies that when you are from a certain country, you might not qualify because, example, there are a number of research funding, international research grants that Malaysia is not qualified for, not because of anything, because they are well off. If it's for very poor countries, they are not a poor country, they are well off. You get what I'm saying? So in this case, they are basing on your level of development, though that is fine. But let's say if you are going into it and they have specified that this is what we can give and you have more, I don't think they will want to hold back. Remember, the time that you might need more, you strike the relationship. Maybe you can,
okay.
It can also help some time to come.
Okay. Thank you
And
so
apart
much.
from that, in Ghana, we have something called Kitwebi and so you see, you get that kind of money, and then the reputation is there. You can leverage it for another grant somewhere. And Kitwebi and so I mean.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, Kitwebi and so.
That's a surprise. I don't know what can speak to you.
Okay, thank you. Bro Idris Daud Adamu. Idris Daud. If not there, we have Maruf Muhammad. Maruf Muhammad.
Naam, Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, my name is Maruf Mohammed. I am an MPhil student at the Arctic University of Norway, but I'm currently in Ghana. Yeah, it seems we are just one of the young folks trying to climb up the ladder, the academic ladder. So I'm currently pursuing MPhil in peace and conflict studies, but I have an intention of diverting, especially with my PhD, diverting into sciences, especially in the area of energy. So I would like Prof to advise me on that, especially on how to write in applying and also presenting my research proposal, how to go about that. And secondly, if you could help us with any links whatsoever, that's how we call it here, links to PhD opportunities anywhere in the world. I'll be very glad with that. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, thank you very much. You said you are pursuing your MPhil in Norway, right?
Yes, sir.
I think in energy, Norway serves as a very good platform because they are one of the top countries in managing their oil very well, or whatever. You are talking about energy in terms of solar, or in terms of what type of energy are you looking at?
Electricity.
Electricity, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
That's electrical energy.
I think you need to be careful here. Do you have the passion? You say you were in a conflict management. Do you have science background? Are you a science student?
No, I'm not.
Unless you are talking about managing of energy, not as hardcore sciences, right?
No. Especially on the management aspect, exactly.
Oh, okay. If you are talking about management aspect, I will advise you to go to the website of IAEA. IAEA.
All right.
It's based in what we call it, Vienna.
Okay.
Yeah, and then these Scandinavian areas normally the education is free. It's just that how you sustain yourself. And this IDA also deal with a lot of energy issues on the international platform. I mean, in Malaysia we have one university. I think University Tenaga Malaysia is based on it's an energy kind of university. Maybe you want to try that also and see whether you can have a collaboration. And there's one called UTP, University Technology Malaysia. They also give some good research grants. So maybe you may want to see. But I think the IAEA works a lot on energy issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have 2 more to go. Next is Brother Francis. Brother Francis Gori. I hope I pronounced correctly. Yes, we can hear you, please.
Oh, Prof, thank you. I want to thank Prof for that wonderful presentation. I'm from Adekunle Ajasin University, the Ondo State University in Nigeria here. I just want to briefly comment on some of my colleagues from ABU on their issues. Yes, the Nigerian government needs to do more on a grants to research institutes and universities, but it's not as poor as that. I think what I would advise them is, especially ABU, to do more of workshops on a mentee-mentor relationship. I was a postdoctoral research fellow at USM, Penang, Malaysia. And after that, I came back to the country and I've gotten 2 different research grants. And just like the other guy from ABU said, there are so many research grants available in Nigeria, including the popular TED Fund research grants. We have 2 different types. One is institution-based and the other is national. I would advise that the faculty organize more workshops on a mentee-mentor relationship, so that if they have a mentor that they can learn through, it will be easier. But if you continue to remove yourself far away from researchers, these opportunities will not come knocking at your doors. So I just want to encourage them to go into workshops on a mentee-mentor relationship, so that most of these things can also be known to the young folks coming. Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Professor Francis Audijibore.
Yes, thank you. I think I agree with you. They need to strengthen mentoring and mentorship. Here we run it a lot. I think that is one of the viable options. That's why I started with that angle. So we are happy. Actually, I'm glad that it's not all that gloomy. And thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you to the 2 profs. Okay, the last man standing, Jamil Yunus. Bro Jamil Yunus. Bro Jamil Yunus. Okay, if you are not there, oh, another man standing. We have a Tijani Abdul Malik.
Thank you very much. Please, am I on?
Yes, please.
Yes. I'm by name Tijani Amotu Abdul Malik, an MSc student from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria. I just want to appreciate Prof for being part of this very rare opportunity, and I'm very privileged to have witnessed this. As an MSc student, I feel really challenged when the Prof was talking, because it means I have a lot of challenges ahead. So I just want to appreciate Prof for this exposure, and we'll look forward to witness more of this in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Don't be frightened, and then count it like you know where you are, and now you should know where you should be. You get it? Exactly. The journey starts with one foot. You will be there with that kind of, passion and determination. Don't worry. It's not all that no-go zone. It's not something terrifying. It's just a stage. The difference between us and you is a matter of age. You get it? You will wade through successfully, inshallah. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm really inspired.
All right, thank you. I think that's the last. From the Q&A, there's one question standing. And most of the questions have been answered, but there's one perhaps that could serve as a recap for the entire session. It says, please, can you elaborate on the criteria for proposal evaluation? So perhaps I think that was summarize the entire session.
I think just to summarize it all, one is make sure the proposal that you are writing has some merit. The quality is there. And to make it short, you know the problem and you are proposing for a solution. And you have requested for some money that is reasonable. And then you can deliver. This is all that we want to see. The rest are all detailed aspects. But the most important thing is You have the capability to solve a problem. Therefore, you are calling for some money and you promise to give your outcome in a timely way. I think that is the basic thing. And the last thing will be the interest is on the funder and you are going to collaborate. And then for that matter, if they have set certain formats, it's important that you follow the format closely. And to enhance your level of getting the proposal go through, make sure your team members have some credible kind of information that they can contribute to enhance your work. And your organization, if you are in an organization, should show a support for you. Thank you very much. The rest are all a little bit of academic. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to a question from an academician. From ABU again. I have a lot of ABUs. Okay, how can an academic become international collaborator for fun in circumstances where research grants are limited and opportunities are provided for a few?
I think we have answered this. This is what we are all saying, that you see, in any territory, there are key players. So you should identify your area and know who is who there. Some of them you want to partner or you want to go through under them as under their tutelage for them to guide you. So this is why in every university you have this, what do you call it, mentorship programs, and you know who is who. So you need to join this kind of thing. That's what the professor was saying, to add on to what I said. You have to open up and see. I mean, sometimes we are in the university, we are so close to ourselves, our circle, we don't open up. And even we don't read news, we don't follow the trends, we don't know what is going on, the university policies, the priority area, the directions. And if you are the kind of person that you don't believe in publications, you don't believe in university rankings and whatever, so these are some of the things that will. So I think the best thing is to open up and look for who is who and see how best you can participate. If you really also want to be international, then you have to browse a lot and then try to see who is who on the international scene and how can you fit in. These are all to personal kind of moves that we need to do. Personally speaking, I wouldn't have gone to this place. I mean, of course, we know there is God and whatever, but you must have the burning desire to move from where you are and then go to another level. I didn't get it on the silver plateau, and I'm still struggling to also be better and better. Until today, we are also collaborating with others who know better. So that is how it is. So you have to just fall on what you have first. And what I'm beginning to understand is we have two schools of thoughts here. One is saying the opportunities are there. One is saying the opportunities are not there. And some are saying that, even giving some examples. So why can't you get in touch with those who say the opportunities are there for them to guide you and see what you can do? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've come to the end of the Q&A session with a passionate appeal from our sister Aisha Ibrahim. She said, can this topic become a series? There are a lot of information and in a day, difficult to digest and to absorb. So asking whether we could have some series on this, a passionate appeal.
Yes, you are right. It is very packed, because I wasn't sure of the audience. You get it? Because it's a diverse audience, I need to cover so many things. But the important thing is here is we just want to stimulate you to see these are the issues. So later on, if we want to go maybe step by step, segment by segment, area by area, I'm always open. We will see how it work it out, but that will depend on the organizers. But really, to be very honest with you, this topic one day will not make you a very good writer to win a proposal. Just for you to see, you need a workshop, you have to write on your own, you need to work with a team, how it is written, how you come out with the projects. That one is very important. But for the time being, it's just to stimulate the awareness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And then for those who have been asking for email, I think you can see on your screen, you can request for the slide, the certificate, and the recorded session. And if you have any topics you want to suggest for future series, then you're also welcome to propose through the email. We're having monthly series. So inshallah, we hope to announce next topic in due course. So Prof, if there is some sort of a closing message, a takeaway message before we, and if our Professor Dr. Datin is around.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think she's around. I will be grateful if she could have a pep talk with us. Let me see if I can give her a call. I think her system is always in mute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are two names in there. Okay, I think one.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Yes, Prof. We wanted you to chip in your thoughts and whatever as an experienced professor.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think Prof. Ousman has given an excellent talk and has given you a lot of the things. He's covered most of the things that what we should know on the winning a public and private grants. I must say that that we've had an excellent, well articulated, presentation given by Prof. Osu this evening. But if there are other things, whatever that we discuss or that was discussed today, there are many other things that you can actually ask Prof Osu or perhaps us at IEB if you like to in the future. Where we can discuss together, sit down together, share our views and thoughts of how to come about doing some of these proposals. But what I like to share with you is if you're looking for international funding, they always ask for something that, how do you say that is very precise as well. But of course, once they get through and know the concept of what you're doing, they will let you know so that you can pursue with a more detailed proposal. And if you have international collaboration, that's better still, definitely. Sometimes they would specify like how many countries are involved. For instance, in the ASEAN grant that we recently sent a proposal to, ask for like how many countries. We gave them 5 countries because of certain reasons, some instability in several countries. And they say, no, we want 7 countries. So we have to put all the 7 countries. We just have to comply. That is the thing. So I think what is most important in also grant writing is to comply with whatever requirements that are needed by the sponsor. I suppose I don't have anything much to say, but if you do have more things to discuss, I think Prof. Ousman is willing. He's always ever willing to help people. He's a very helpful and friendly professor. And I'm sure he can contribute more, and will share with all his experience, which probably he's not also able to inform you here because of the time limitation. So I really hope that you had a pleasant evening with Prof. Osu today. And on behalf of IEB, I would like to thank you everyone for being here and staying till the end of the webinar. So I would say good night, take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Okay,
Right.
thank you so much. So, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. She summarized everything beautifully, and she's very welcoming. And I can assure you that Prof. Datin is very interested in international collaborations and is very welcoming international students or whatever. So, like like her good self said, I mean, we are open for collaborations. We can come together and then write an international grant. We can cooperate. If your university would like to sponsor you to come to our institute, we have a number of programs going on. Why not? You can enroll and then we can start it rolling. If you, let's say you need some expertise that we could share, a matching grant and whatever, I think we are all ever ready. I mean, our university is very open, and I can assure you that Malaysia is a very good area to do a number of research, because the policies towards research is really encouraging. I've been here for many years, and I think I'm very in tune with what is going on. So thank you again, and on behalf of UPM, and then our campus, University, what do you call it, Putra campus, and then IEB, we would like to thank all of you. This presentation is just a sharing of some of the few experiences. It doesn't mean that you don't know much, you know better. Some of you are far better, but today is my day to talk. Maybe tomorrow will be yours. So thank you very much for everyone, and hope to meet you another time. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Thank you. And then to all the participants, we thank you so much. Then we hope to see you in our next or in our subsequent sessions.
Dr. Mutaka, can we take picture for our institute? Have you taken some pictures?
Because this one, no.
Okay.
Yeah, unless maybe, I'm not sure why your that thing and yourself, your video not on.
No, I purposely did not on my video.
Because it's webinar function, so all the attendees no video.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, then. Thank you very much.
Those who could stay, we can promote them to panelists, then their videos can show.
I think it's okay. I would like to leave. Maybe you can take the video later.
Okay. Prof. Okay.
I'm sorry. Usually I don't show my face on these kind of things.
Okay, all right. But we have the list of the attendees, the registration, everything is available from the system. I can email for record purposes.
Yeah, for our record. Thank you, everyone. And then, assalamu alaikum.
Okay, thank you all. Sorry, it has been a long journey.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Goodbye.
Don't forget, if you need Prof's contact will be on the slide that will be emailed. So you check on the cover page of the slide, you can get his contact.
Thank you very much. Bless you.
Thank you very much.
To ABUs, thank you for the contributions. And to our brothers in Nigeria.
MashaAllah, Jazakumullah khairan.
Thank
you very
much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice time.
See you some other day.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You're welcome, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate.
You're welcome, Ibrahim Abubakar.